Dear friends, I would like to welcome all of you at the final press conference. Moscow is hosting the Congress of the International Council. It brings together heads of national preparatory committees from across the world, ambassadors of the World Youth Festival 2024, heads of youth and children's organizations. The Congress brought together 120 youth leaders from over 90 countries, including representatives of the national preparatory committees from 70 countries. The result of this large-scale work is the outcome resolution adopted by the International Council. Today we're joined by Mr. Denis Ashirov, Deputy Head of the Federal Agency for Youth Affairs, coordinator for preparing the World Youth Festival 2024. Also, we're joined by representatives of the International Council of the World Youth Festival from various countries, head of the National Preparatory Committee of the festival in the United States, Caleb Mopin. I would like to ask our foreign guests, all of you have come from faraway countries. What opportunities did this Congress give you, and what have you managed to discuss over these 2 days? What are the takeaways from these meetings? How are you going to use the knowledge and experience gained here in our future work? We will take turns speaking one by one. Caleb, you have the floor.
I really like every opportunity that I have to come to this part of the world, because what I hear at these international gatherings is optimism, hope, and that's what young people need urgently in these times. Because unfortunately, the rich and the powerful forces that govern this world have given a lot of people one of these, and out of these, they have pushed a lot of self-doubt and a lot of hopelessness and a lot of pessimism, along with a lot of lies in order to sell wars. But when I come to this part of the world, I see optimism. I see belief that you can solve problems with jobs rather than bombs and drones. And I see the idea that if countries come together and begin to trade with one another, we can see a road to peace. And I must say that, I'm coming as an American. The Center for Political Innovation is our organization. We'll also be coming with the American Student Union and other organizations. But I think that everything we hear at these festivals, this is what America used to stand for. America used to present itself as a land of opportunity and hope and growth. But we have leaders in America that have given up on America's ideals. We have leaders who are not true to the principles of Lincoln and Roosevelt and so many of the leaders who have come before. And, I think about the young people in the United States who see Joe Biden ask for $100 billion for Israel and for Ukraine, while they're literally unpaving the roads throughout the United States, pulverizing the asphalt, replacing paved roads with dirt roads. And I gotta say, coming here and doing what our leaders should be doing and offering a hand of friendship to Russia and the people of the world, we are the real patriots. We are the real inheritors of America's legacy, and that we have a government that is loyal not to the American people, but to an international financial system, a system that is decaying, and the new world that's rising is rising with the BRICS. And so I'm really glad to be able to participate in these forums, and I feel like the founders of our country would be very proud to see the young people that we're bringing.
Дорогой Калеб, спасибо тебе.
Despite the political situation, so you have noticed that we have different youth organizations, representatives from Europe and Western countries. They also have NPCs in their countries. And I would like to ask the chair of such committees in the United States and Italy, and to get this information from first hand, so to speak. So what is the situation with youth in your countries? What is their attitude to Russia? Caleb, perhaps you are the first to speak.
We're drowning in disinformation. in the Western world. I mean, there's no question about that. And the image that people are presented of this country is a false one and is an utterly deceptive one. And there's just no way around that. However, I will say that the people in the Western countries, and particularly the young people, are more cynical and distrustful of the people delivering this message than they have been in quite some time, because they're living in a society that is crumbling as a result of the decisions of these very leaders that are telling them to hate Russia. And so that presents an opening. And that's why they're so determined to keep RT off YouTube and to silence different voices and different critics. That's why they're so determined to do it, because there's more of an audience for a message that is critical of their decaying system than ever before. I do want to say this, though. We are quite concerned about the U.S. government retaliating against us for attending the festival. There's a case in the United States now of 3 leaders of something called the African People's Socialist Party, or the Uhuru movement, who've been indicted by the federal government as Russian agents because they attended a conference in Russia 3 or 4 years ago, and they were doing some activism on behalf of the black community, and now they are facing 10 years in prison for allegedly being Russian agents. And we have been doing everything we can to raise awareness about this case, because it is showing that they could retaliate against people just for coming to conferences or just for speaking up and opposing it. And so we are prepared for that. We are preparing, we are speaking with the UN mission of Russia about having a press conference with attorneys prior to our departure in March or in February, and making clear that our travel and our participation in these events is in full compliance with U.S. law. We will not be breaking the U.S. law in any conceivable way, and that it's completely legal to do what Joe Biden should be doing, and reaching out to the people of Russia and reaching out to the people of the world, and not building walls and not putting up sanctions and not isolating people. And I also want to just say this. Youth festivals are very, very important to my organization in particular, the Center for Political Innovation. Every meeting that we have begins with the pledge that was created in 1947 when the World Democratic Youth Federation was formed. Every Zoom call that we do, every conference, we begin with the pledge. We've changed the word youth for people because we have people of all ages, but we begin, we raise our right hands, we pledge that we shall remember this unity forged at the end of the Second World War, not only today, not only this year, this week, but always, and the pledge goes on. But that is such a beautiful pledge that came out of the World Democratic Youth Federation. And I must say that the youth festivals represent the best, not just of this country, but of America. A time when we stood in solidarity with Russia to defeat fascism. And they're trying to erase that from American history. And they also want to erase the fact that Russia came to the aid of Abraham Lincoln and stood with Lincoln in our effort to defeat slavery. Russia supported us in the American Revolution. The American people and the Russian people have a deep bond, but they're trying to cover that up because our leaders are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to a decaying financial system. And so we have a lot of work to do, I guess, in educating the American people. But we're going to come to this festival. They won't be intimidating us out of doing it. We expect there may be knocks on people's doors from the FBI, et cetera, to try and intimidate people from coming. Our members are being trained about what to do if the FBI comes to their house, if they, their family members face intimidation. Because with younger people, college students and others, they'll want to participate in something, but their parents may get nervous, and so we're preparing our members for this kind of harassment. We're coming to Sochi, and no one's going to hold us back. And we're proud of what we're doing. We are the real American patriots. We are fully in compliance with U.S. law, so don't try and stop us. There you go.
Спасибо большое.
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, all kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. But what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers, that could be nurses, that could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, you know, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan, places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. Yes. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do, because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
There's an individual that just died. I'm gonna talk about him on here because this is an example of somebody who didn't agree with me on much. Somebody, especially in the last 5-10 years of life, didn't agree with me on very much. But he was an essential part of the Free Assange movement in New York City. And he died. He died a couple months ago, I believe. And I want to tell you about this person because there's one thing that I heard when I was in Russia. And I heard it at the World Youth Festival planning meeting. And I heard it from a Russian government person. And they talked about how during the Second World War, what was made clear is that ordinary people could be heroes. Ordinary people could be heroes just by defending their community from the Nazi invaders. And that's what the Second World War showed. And that's also what was shown by socialist realist art.
right? Socialist realist art. You have the statue of the factory worker. You have the statue of the woman feeding the chickens. You have the painting of the common soldier. That social realist art was about how ordinary people can be heroes. This was an ordinary man who was a hero. And he didn't agree with me on very much. Didn't agree with me on a lot. But this was an ordinary man who was a hero. And in particular because of the Assange case. This man was named Marty Goodman. Marty Goodman, he was a transit worker in New York City. He drove a subway train in New York City for a living. And he was a communist. He was a Trotskyist. He grew up in a Communist Party USA family, but he joined the Socialist Workers' Party, was involved in anti-Vietnam War protests during the 1980s. He left the Socialist Workers' Party. He was in a really tiny Trotskyist group called Socialist Action for many years. And I met Marty Goodman years ago because he was involved in anti-war protests. And he was a very nice man. He wasn't very tall. He had a thick accent. He used to talk like this. And Marty didn't agree with me on a lot. You know, I'm a hardline Marxist-Leninist. I defend the Soviet Union and Stalin. He was a Trotskyist. And there was a lot of drama in his organization related to Alexander Dugin and all kinds of stuff. But Marty made it his commitment in his final years of life to organize the Free Assange protests of New York City. And long after that became a trendy thing to do, long after the cancel culture got going and Julian Assange was called an anti-Semite and a Trump supporter and all this stuff, Marty kept doing it. And he organized protests where Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and Max Blumenthal spoke. And he would always call me on the phone before those rallies. Hey, Caleb. Hey, you remember me? This is Marty Goodman. We're going to have a rally to free Assange. Sometimes I went to the rallies to free Assange, and there'd be 5 people there. 5 people. And one of them was Marty. No, I am being dead honest with you all. There was a day where he called me, Caleb, we're having a rally to free Julian Assange. It's outside the British consulate or whatever. And I went there and there were 5 people there. There were 5 people at the rally. And one of them was Marty. Marty knew that Julian Assange was right. And he was a Trotskyist, and he was a transit worker, and he was a lot of different things. And he knew that Julian Assange was right. And as he got older, he was retired, as he had a falling out with different anti-war groups, as lifelong friends, he just decided, I am going to support Julian Assange. And week after week and month after month, I was getting calls from Marty Goodman. Caleb, we're having a rally for Julian Assange. And I mean, this was his obituary. He died. He died back in March, 74 years old, transit worker. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were millions of people all over the world like Marty, millions of unsung heroes like Marty Goodman, some of them were libertarians, some of them were Trump supporters, QAnon people, some of them were communists, Trotskyites like Marty Goodman, Stalinists like Jyoti Brar, Maoists, some of them were anarchists, some of them were punk rockers, some of them were white, some of them were black, some of them were Asian, some of them were Latino, some of them were Arab Americans. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many people from so many different backgrounds
who knew what was right and knew that they would never abandon Julian Assange, Julian would still be locked up today. The reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is because of people like Marty Goodman. With all due respect to Roger Waters and Chris Hedges and, celebrities, it's great when you get a celebrity endorsement, but those celebrities, they weren't the people that organized those rallies. They weren't the people that were there when there was 5 people out in front of the embassy. Marty was there. The American Revolution, they used to talk about winter soldiers and summer soldiers. Now, during the American Revolution, there were some people that were with George Washington. They were with the American Revolution in the summertime. But once it got cold, they were out of there. But there were some people in the American Revolution they called the winter soldiers. And those were the guys that were there all year long. And they weren't just fighting when it was warm. They were fighting when it was freezing cold in the mountains in Valley Forge. And the reason that Julian Assange is on his way back to Australia is not because of the summer soldiers. It's because of the winter soldiers. It's because of the people who never backed down from supporting Julian Assange. It's because of the people who made it their issue. It's because of the people who made it clear that they weren't going to budge on Julian Assange. They were going to work with anybody who could be worked with on the issue of Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman. It's because of ordinary people, an ordinary transit worker who happened to be in a tiny little communist group. Every time I'd see him, I'd buy a copy of his newspaper. He was physically quite short. He had a thick New York accent, and he supported Julian Assange. It's because of people like Marty Goodman that Julian Assange is free today. Roger Waters, other people, we appreciate their support. But in order to have a movement, you need people like Marty Goodman. You need people who just hang on and don't back down. That's what you need. And I wish people could understand that. When we talk about a movement isn't a Facebook like or share. A movement isn't an online petition that you sign. A movement isn't a YouTube live stream. A movement is people who are in this for the long haul. People that are willing to make sacrifices. People who are willing to take risks, people who are willing to take difficult stands, people who are calling you at midnight about a protest happening in a few days. Hey, Caleb, I know you're an RT reporter. Me and my friends, we're going to be in front of the British Embassy. We're going to be supporting Assange. Can you be there? Can you be there? That was Marty. And there were big rallies for Assange too, and he was at those rallies as well. There were rallies with thousands of people for Assange. He was there as well. But he became an Assange guy in his final years of life. He decided he was going to be an Assange guy, and he didn't care. He didn't care what anyone had to say. He didn't care if the people he was walking with were Republicans or libertarians. He didn't care if Julian Assange tweeted something anti-Semitic. He didn't care if Julian Assange was accused of blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Trump, blah, blah, blah. He didn't care about Biden or Clinton, blah, blah, blah. He supported Julian Assange. And he made that his issue. And that is why Julian Assange is free today. I want you all to understand that. That's why Julian Assange is free. Julian Assange is free because of people like Marty Goodman. People who made the movement their life. People who stood on principle. And Marty Goodman, you know, to Marty Goodman's credit, he was a Trotskyite, but he was always friendly to me. And every time he saw me, he'd say, Caleb, how's it going? And there were a lot of people that I was a leftist activist with in the time when I met him who wouldn't speak to me, who wouldn't talk to me. You know, my name has I'm just hated in communist and leftist circles, and especially among Trotskyites, and especially among the so-called liberal left. Not Marty. I saw Marty Goodman at the 50th anniversary of MLK Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. He told me he'd been at the original. Much respect. Wow. You knew him too, huh? This is a hero right here. And the reason that Julian Assange is free is because it wasn't just Marty. There were people in Britain and people in Australia and people in America, people all across America, people all across Europe who did what Marty did. They made Assange their cause, and they didn't back down. And that is what I want you all to understand. These kinds of people are what make movements happen. Not the Vosches, not the ContraPoints, not the Bernie Sanders. It's the Marty Goodmans. And I wish I could get people to understand that. Some people are in this for real.
This government and its ruling class wants us to hate China. They want to send, I'm a high school teacher, they want to send 17 and 18-year-old poor boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away, all right? China has created a system that's raising up its poorest people, its peasants, raised out of poverty. They're creating a system that gets to the base of the economy and recreates it so that the working class can rise. Unlike in this country, where homeless people sleep a block from the White House. What is that about? You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No. Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people before we go 7,000 miles away to waste young, precious lives over something as dumb as anti-communism.
That's right. Yeah.
Communism will save America. The greatest lie ever told in this country, the greatest conspiracy theory ever told in America is that communism is bad for work.
The reason they don't like Russia is because after the Soviet Union fell, Russia's economy was a mess. It was in shambles, right? It was just a disaster. You know, all of a sudden they had mass unemployment, mass hunger. Capitalism, as we're told, it always leads to making everyone happy and all that. But for some reason, when the Soviet Union fell and they adopted free market capitalism, it led to a complete and total disaster in the country. I mean, their economy just shut down. They had to start buying all their food from the USA because their farm system, you know, shut down. It was a nightmare. It was a humanitarian crisis. Like their top population actually decreased by like 10% during that time. People dying, people committing suicide, people, you know, using opioids, people fleeing and just moving to other countries. I mean, their population went down by 10% during those years. It was a nightmare, right? The USA was meddling to get Boris Yeltsin reelected. And, you know, the 1996 elections were very much, they bragged about how Bill Clinton worked very hard to make sure Boris Yeltsin won the elections. But anyhow, the economy was a disaster. And then Putin came along, and Putin had written his academic thesis as a college student about how Russia's economy could be reorganized around selling oil and gas, right? That they have a lot of oil, they have a lot of gas. And if they made two giant
an oil company and a natural gas company, two giant state-controlled energy companies. They could use that and use the money from that to like reboot the rest of the economy. And he wrote this as his PhD thesis when he was in college. And, you know, he was this guy who was in the security services there, and, you know, he got elected and he did it, right? And he fixed Russia's economy dramatically. I mean, 1999, he gets in there. By about 2003, 2004, all of a sudden, Russia's back. Their economy is doing better. Why? Because he has these two giant state-controlled energy companies that are selling oil and gas everywhere. And Bush attacked Iraq and put sanctions on Iran, drove the oil prices up higher than they ever could be, highest oil prices in history. And as a result of that, Russia was back and their economy did better. Well, now Russia is no longer, just a beaten down, destroyed country like it was in the 90s. Now it's a competitor with ExxonMobil and BP and Shell and Chevron. And that's why they don't like Russia. Every ounce of oil and gas the Russians sell is an ounce of oil and gas somebody didn't buy from us. And it's pure, it's an economic competition. That's why the USA was determined to kill the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, right? Russia and Germany. Look at a map. How close is Germany to the United States? How close is Germany to Russia, right? It's just kind of common sense. If you need natural gas in Germany, you're going to import it from Russia, not from all the way across the ocean in the United States. Well, Germany and Russia, they built this natural gas pipeline called Nord Stream 2. And, Obama was screaming about it. He didn't like it. Trump was angry about it. He put sanctions on it. They did everything they could to stop this. Well, why? The Germans can buy natural gas from whoever they want. The Russians can sell natural gas. How's it our business at all? Well, the USA tried its hardest. It put sanctions on German government officials. It put sanctions on Russian officials. Well, it's going through. It happened. Like the Germans are now buying natural gas from Russia. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline is finished. And the USA is furious about it, but they don't like a competitor, right? Back when China was the sick man of Asia, one of the poorest countries in the world, the USA didn't have an issue with them. But now that China is the leading producer of steel, half the steel in the world is made in China. They have the top telecommunications manufacturer, cell phone manufacturer, Huawei Technologies. They've lifted their people up out of poverty with a largely state-run economy. The economy is kind of you have a lot of corporations and private companies, but you have a 5-year plan, and you have the Communist Party like basically forcing companies to do what's in the interest of the country's long-term economic growth. Now we see China as our enemy and our competitor. This is what it really gets down to, right? The rulers of the United States are like mafia gangsters, basically. And the world is their corner. The world is their territory, right? And they get to sell the world oil and gas. They get to sell the world steel. They get to sell the world cell phones, and you don't. And if a country breaks out of that and says, hey, we're going to start selling our own products, we're going to raise our people up out of poverty. We're not going to be a poor, dependent, vassal client state. We're actually going to, organize our economy and raise people up. That's when we have a war with them. Lenin called this system, this is a system. This is a global system called imperialism. Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, the rule of monopoly corporations. And that's what imperialism is. And that's the way the US operates around the world. And for a while, especially like in the 50s, you could argue that average Americans benefited from imperialism, right? Because we were beating down Vietnam, beating down Korea, having coups in Latin America. And average Americans, we got cars and TV sets and refrigerators, and we had a high standard of living. But now, in this high-tech economy where they've got 3D printers and artificial intelligence, they don't need a well-paid middle class in the homeland anymore. And what they've been doing to Africa and Asia and Latin America for centuries, they're now starting to do to Pennsylvania and Texas and Oklahoma and Nevada and Ohio. They're driving down the living standards, right? And, when Trump talks about globalists and all of that, like he's wrong, I guess, but he's pointing to something true, which is that these corporations, ExxonMobil, BP, Bank of America, Chase, they don't have any loyalty to this country. They are part of a global international system. They're raking in profits from all over the world. And as far as they're concerned, America is just New York City and Southern California and Silicon Valley, right? And the rest of the country, they don't care about, right? They see the USA as a couple trading hubs, a couple metropolises in a global system of free trade where the whole world is getting poorer and they're the global middleman. right? That's how they see it. And there's a lot of Americans who don't want that. They want to see their living standards go up. They want jobs and education. They want a decent life. They want the American dream. And now is the time for solidarity. We got to understand that the same people that are trying to destroy China are trying to destroy our neighborhoods. We have a common interest with these people around the world that are struggling against imperialism, right? We have a common interest and a common destiny. And that's largely the perspective I try to put out, a 21st century socialist, anti-imperialist perspective. That's my view. Capitalism in our age is imperialism, and resisting imperialism is to the benefit of average Americans.
Yeah, absolutely. That was amazingly well said. Absolutely. Yeah. So when we think about imperialism, we tend to think about, like kings and queens and like going back, just the perception of these things. We tend to think, that, we tend to think of those things. And when we think of Americans and we think of, American, we don't think of it as imperialism, obviously, in the mainstream. We think of it as, I don't know, sovereignty or protectoratism or something with a lot more honor in it, obviously. We tend to think of like, well, the revolution to, a monarchy system, the revolution, democracy emerged because, against the systems of monarchy, right? In the form of capitalism, right? That's the argument that capitalism is, and the free market, it means freedom politically as well, right? Like that's sort of the lie that we've been sold. And we're at a point now where that I feel like I lost my train of thought though. I'm so sorry.
I can jump in and one thing you talk about, the British Empire and the American Revolution. The American Revolution, it had many sides to it, but a big part of it was the struggle against imperialism, was that the British, right? The British Empire was basically telling us that the United States couldn't develop economically. We just had to be kind of a trading hub in the global free trade system. And Adam Smith was new in Britain, and he wrote his book, The Wealth of Nations. And basically, they were telling us in the United States, we couldn't develop our own industries. We couldn't have our own economy. We couldn't have our own markets. We had to be just kind of a captive market for the British. And there were a lot of Americans like Alexander Hamilton, like George Washington and others who said, no, we want to develop the economy of the United States. And that was the basis of the disagreement. Now, unfortunately, developing the economy of the United States meant killing all the Native Americans and expanding westward and having slavery. So obviously that part we don't agree with. But the idea that the economy of the USA should flourish and that we shouldn't just be a temporary holdout, just an outpost in their global, in this global free trade system. That was a big part of it, and that's what we can get behind. And I like Alexander Hamilton a lot. He was against slavery. He wanted to recognize and do business with the Haitians when the Haitian people, the Haitian slaves broke their chains and overthrew the French and started having the first, free slave government, that they established in Haiti. He wanted to do business with them. And his model of economics was this idea that the government should spend money on things like lighthouses. The government should stimulate, and pay for providing education and such, and that the state kind of has an obligation to make sure that the wealth and living standards of the population is increasing. Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, he was a free market kind of guy. He said, well, we're going to have a nation of yeomen, of small farmers who just do their own thing and they'll be left alone. And that's silly because eventually there's going to be a drought and some farms are going to go out of business and some are going to stay in business. And eventually you're going to have huge farms and yeomen that are working for big farmers. That doesn't work, right? Every a nation of small farmers. The economic theories of Thomas Jefferson are largely bunk, but Alexander Hamilton's conception that the state should kind of the economy. Yeah.
Alexander Hamilton. Okay, go ahead.
The notion that the state should direct the economy to some degree or other to make sure people's lives are getting better, that was a big part of the American Revolution. And I think that's part of the American Revolution we can embrace, right? That idea that the state does have an obligation to improve people's lives, and that we've gotten away from that. You listen to the government now, oh, you're on your own. Like we talked about at the beginning, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's not what Alexander Hamilton was about. That's not what the American Revolution was about. The American Revolution was largely saying, no, our government should be working to raise living standards.
Yeah. Well, but it's important also to note that, you know, they were raising living standards off the back of, you know, the underclass, right?
Yes,
So
and that's not good, obviously.
yeah, no, but that's important because you know, that's part of the myth, right? Like that's where I was going. Like that's part of the myth that we were sold, right? With that sort of, you know, capitalism and, you know, like these figures like Carnegie and whatever, like they were not aristocracy, right? They were new money, right? That was a huge thing in the early 1900s is new money. And you know, people were, you know, people who had, you know, European aristocracy backgrounds were, you know, snide about those people, but needed them because they ran out of money themselves, right? So, you know, we were sold this idea essentially that we could identify with those kinds of capitalists, right? That because they were not aristocracy, we were, you know, they were sort of the everyman and they had been able to rise through like, you know, through a meritocracy, right? Like they, again, going back to Thomas Frank, he talks a lot about the meritocracy. And I think that we have to, you know, we have to recognize that, you know, capitalism and that revolution brought us a new aristocracy, an aristocracy of industry, right? I mean, now we have the Hiltons and the Kardashians and people who are uber rich from, you know, these capitalist systems, these you know, corporations, right? So, you know, and we follow them in the same way that, you know, peasants of the medieval times would follow like the goings on of the court and the, you know, or maybe not even medieval, more like Renaissance because of the printing press and stuff. So, you know, I mean, that kind of stuff was, you know, sensational at the time, and they read about it in the papers and they love to talk about it and stuff like that. So, you know, we are doing the same thing with celebrities, with you know, with the hyper rich, Bill Gates, you know, these kind of people. And, you know, it's we need to recognize that we're living in an oligarchy in the same way, right? In an oligarchy, in an aristocracy. I think we should call it that. I think we should call it that for sure.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny because, you know, we hear this all the time about Andrew Carnegie and all of them. It's like, oh, you know, the rich people of the world, they all just worked so hard to get what they have. And socialism is theft. You know, we just want to take what these people have worked so hard for. Bullshit. Bullshit. Right. You know, capitalism began with mass theft. Mass theft, you know, look at, and I mean, I'm talking about, you know, the theft of the Americas from the Native Americans, talking about colonialism in Africa, the slave trade, but beyond that, even in Europe, right? I mean, you know, it's funny, why you ever listen to bluegrass music? There's a lot of songs about Charlie, you know, over the river to feed my sheep, over the river. Who's that? That's Bonnie Prince Charlie, because in Scotland, the Scottish Highlanders rose up against the English. Then after they were defeated, there was a mass genocide in Scotland where they cleared all the commons and they just drove all these people off their land, and a lot of them fled to the United States. That's why there's so many Southerners and West Virginians that have Scottish last names and all of that, because they were robbed of their land. As British and capitalism was emerging, they threw thousands of people off their land. Read about the clearing of the commons, you know, that went on, right? All over Europe. And when they would move toward capitalism, they would rip apart the feudal estates. These peasants had lived on this land for thousands of years, and they were, you know, basically semi-slaves and peasants. They didn't have any rights, but they at least had a place to stay. All of a sudden, the capitalist comes in and says, well, this land's my property. Unless you pay me rent, you're done, right? King Henry VIII had mass executions of homeless people, right? And you wouldn't hear about this, but if you were a vagrant, or the crime of vagrancy or vagabondage, if you were a vagabond, on your third offense, they would hang you. And he executed tens of thousands of people just for being homeless, because all across England, he was going around tearing apart the estates, turning them into private property, creating capitalism, signing them over to some capitalist, and people would have no place to go, and then they would get executed. So, you know, capitalism began with mass genocide. I mean, mass genocide in Europe first, and then genocide in the Americas, and then genocide in Africa, and this notion that they all just worked so hard. I mean, look, how is the land handed out?
Go on. Hear that instance that Henry with the eighth instance.
Yeah.
Let's compare that to what's going on today, right? I mean, because literally, you just described the situation with, you know, banks repossessing houses in BlackRock, right? And like the idea that Yeah. Oh my God. As you were describing that situation, I was just like, this is literally happening right now. I mean,
called primitive accumulation. I mean, this is what Karl Marx wrote about. This is what Karl Marx called the rosy dawn of capitalism, right? It was not about free trade and some people just worked hard and got ahead. Look, the land of the United States, right? It was stolen from the Native Americans, but how did they divvy it up? Was it just a fair process where they just, oh, who wants some land? Oh, you want it? Okay, I guess it's your turn to get some. Of course not. The railroad monopolies and the big oil companies, they scooped it up and they got it all. And I mean, it's always been, capitalism has always been a system of mass theft. And it always has been. So this libertarian myth that socialism is theft, no, I mean, no, capitalism is theft. Socialism is the creators of the wealth, the working people. Black, white, Asian, Arab, the working people of this country and of the world, taking back what their labor has created. That's what socialism is. Socialism is ending the theft and putting the people back in control of the wealth that they themselves have created.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not pretend that the government didn't have a hand in essentially wiping out Native Americans, taking their land and then redistributing it to all of these private companies that we now laud as pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, right? I mean, these companies didn't just arrive out of nowhere. They were subsidized by the government. They're, that's what, when we talk about like white people having generational wealth, it's because they literally, the government literally stole it from brown people and then gave it to white people as part of the Homestead Act, as part of many programs. Even after World War II, there were many programs for white veterans that there weren't for black veterans. I mean, this is literally an ongoing thing. It's not part of history, it's current. And, we are,
right.
Yeah.
And then socialism, I mean, many Marxists have said socialism is the expropriation of the expropriators, right? The ruling class, they are expropriators. They've stolen everything they have, and we simply want to steal it back. I mean, that's really what socialism is. We want to steal back what's been stolen from us.
Yes, absolutely.
Talk about like people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela like very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to wait. Which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
Ownership in Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait, how is that a response? No, you wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. If you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption, that it was very specifically. Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods there or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other OPEC countries.
An oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly, sure. So I'm just looking this up. Sure, I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have people.
You're not allowed to.
from Saudi Arabia
there's a
crying
huge
that they're
percentage of the country that are guest
Oh.
workers, slaves.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that. And Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So
Look,
I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result
Sure,
of 2014
they did suffer.
oil
I
price
agree.
Go
drop.
ahead and
Are you
let
going-
Destiny. Go ahead and get
The
your point
fact
in.
that Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why did
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity
Why is
economy.
that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right? And you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you. And yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves. And I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge. Now, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC
when
or
the-
CNN. None of them
I'm
can
not
admit that there were
MSNBC
big
or CNN.
successes with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I
Yeah,
getting real?
let's
Mainstream
not.
media extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying?
I don't think Destiny
real.
wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
Yeah, I'm not here to
Well,
Fox
I
or
appreciate
CNN.
your honesty because
Sure.
everyone
Half the
tells me
country-
all the time that everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
So I haven't
make that
admitted
claim.
anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said?
I don't
think they-
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Hey folks, this is Caleb. I'm here at the World Festival of Youth and Students, and with me I have Mohammed, and he is from Justice for Peace, an organization of young Iranians who are involved in their country and trying to create peace around the world. Can you tell us what the reaction in Iran has been to the new sanctions that were imposed on the country by Trump?
Yes, after the sanctions, Iranians become more united with each other. We are all supporting each other against this stupid guy named Trump. And we are supporting our Revolutionary Guard because we believe that without this Revolutionary Guard, we can't have security in this, in this firing land that we are now living in. And so because of that, we support our leader, we support our Revolutionary Guard, and also we ask our government and our diplomats to be strong against the United States of America because that stupid guy named Trump. He can't do anything.
Yeah, now tell us, people in the USA, they hear Islamic and revolutionary, they think that this is a terrorist group. Can you tell us who they really are? Who is the Revolutionary Guard?
They are terrorists, the Revolutionary Guard. Now they are fighting against terrorism, against Daesh in Syria, also in Iraq, and lots of the Revolutionary Guard, they were killed, they were burned by Daesh. One of the guys named Hojaji, Mohsen Hojaji, he was burned just 2 months ago in Syria, and they just cut his head.
Wow.
And so we are standing against terrorism, which is supported by United States of America.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We Americans, we hate ISIS. ISIS are terrorists, they're murderers, we hate them. The Iranians are also hating them. And together, we should be together, ultimately, to fight the ISIS terrorists.
Exactly. We
shouldn't be enemies.
We believe that we have to be hand in hand against terrorism,
I agree.
against ISIS, and also against imperialism of the United States of America.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And all the best. Yep.
So I wanted to begin my comments tonight. I decided I wanted to quote something that was written back in 1892. It was written by a very radical socialist back in 1892, and he hoped that by reciting these words, people all over the country would start reciting these phrases, and they'd start saying them, and that this could be the basis for a mass movement in the United States that would totally reorient the economic system to work in the interest of the people of the country, and would also get rid of racism. So, are you ready for these very radical words that were written back in 1892 by a very, very radical socialist? Yeah. Well, I think they're quite familiar to folks here in the room. They go like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I bet you didn't know that Francis Bellamy, the author of the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance, was a socialist. He was actually a socialist. He was a Baptist minister. He was a Baptist minister in Boston, and his sermons were so radical that he was banned from the pulpit. He wasn't allowed to preach in the city of Boston, so he moved to Florida. And he had a bit of a problem because he refused to preach to segregated congregations. He didn't believe in racism and segregation, so he couldn't preach in Florida either, so it's an interesting history. But Francis Bellamy, the author of the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance, he wasn't the only radical socialist in U.S. history. Abraham Lincoln, in the Union Army, he had a general, August Willock, a brigadier general in the Army, who was leading soldiers into battle. And throughout the entire war, he was corresponding directly with Karl Marx and getting advice and instruction from Karl Marx about how to wage the Civil War. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt openly met at the White House with the League Against War and Fascism and the founders of the Congress for Industrial Organizations. He worked with the unemployment councils. And they've done polls in the USA, and the two most beloved presidents that we've ever had are Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I think it's not a coincidence that those are the two presidents that have the most friendly and the most open relationship with people who think like us, with leftists and socialists. So that's something to keep in mind. There's nothing un-American about socialism. There's no reason that you can't be in this country and believe in socialism. They've done so much to convince us that our whole identity as Americans is based on the free market. And that's false. We have a whole other history. And when we have socialism in the United States, we are not going to have Korean socialism, Russian socialism, Cuban socialism, Venezuelan socialism, Norwegian or Swedish socialism. The only type of socialism that we're ever going to have here in the United States is going to be American socialism. It's going to be a socialism rooted in the progressive and democratic struggles that have taken place on this very soil. A lot of ugly, awful things have happened in the history of the United States of America. Jim Crow segregation, racism, but there's a whole other side to the American people. While every single one of these injustices was taking place, there were people who were actively struggling against them. And that spirit, that democratic history of struggle that you can find in American history, that's going to be the basis for building a new country in the United States. Now, in order to help explain that point, I'm actually going to read to you from a document that was written 90 years ago on the other side of the planet. I'm about to read to you from this document, and at the time that this document was written, it's very likely that barely anyone read it. And it was not something people were reading everywhere. It was kind of obscure. But 30 years later, the whole world was reading it. And I'm convinced that 500 years from now, when people are studying how one of the poorest countries in the world became one of the wealthiest countries in the world, they're going to be reading this document to try and understand it. These are the words that played a very pivotal role in the history of the largest country in the world in terms of population. Several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep away the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. A revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing an embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, and courteous, restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection in which one class overthrows another.
All those whom the gentry have despised, those who have been downtrodden into the dirt, people with no place in society, people with no right to speak, have now audaciously lifted up their heads. They have not only lifted up their heads, but they have taken power into their own hands. Now, what I'm reading to you is from this document, and it's called Report on an Investigation of the Peasant Movement in Hunan. It was written in 1927 by a very obscure and unknown figure in Chinese politics at that time by the name of Mao Zedong. And this document was written because in the rural parts of China, peasants were rising up and killing their landlords. And they sent Mao Zedong, because he himself had grown up in the countryside, he was from a middle peasant, wealthy family, they sent him to investigate what was going on, and to report on it. And he wrote this glowing report, which I'll get back to later. But why were these peasants so poor in China back in 1927? Now, the way that we're taught to think about politics in the United States and to think about the world, we're taught to think that some countries are just naturally poor countries, right? There's some countries that are naturally rich, like Western Europe and the USA, and there are some countries that are naturally poor, like, Asia, Africa, Latin America. These are poor countries, these are rich countries, that's just how it is. Well, that's false. Do you know who invented gunpowder? The Chinese. Who had the first paper money? That was China. At the time that my ancestors were living in caves in Europe, in Western Europe, the people in China had a vibrant civilization. They had invented the world's first civil service examination. China was poor back in 1927 because Wall Street bankers and London bankers were keeping China poor. Now, I know there's got to be some American history buffs here in the audience, right? Now, if you're someone who's studied the history of the United States, you're quite familiar with something called the East India Company. Anyone familiar with the East India Company, right? That's the Boston Tea Party. That's back in 1776, or in the lead up to the American Revolution. The East India Company, a huge British corporation, had essentially a forced monopoly on the importation of tea. So the American colonists, they went out and they dumped that tea into the ocean, right? Very famous, the Boston Tea Party. Well, at the time that this document was written, the East India Company was hugely invested in China and had a huge monopoly in the Chinese markets. In fact, and it's interesting, one of the biggest entities on Wall Street today is what's called HSBC Bank. And that's a British bank, but what does HSBC stand for? Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation. This was an entity created by the London Stock Exchange in order to dominate the Chinese economy. And one of the main things that HSBC Bank was involved in doing was importing narcotics, opium, heroin, into China as a way of subduing the people and drugging them and making them easier to dominate and conquer. And there were two wars fought by the British in order to maintain their monopoly and their control over the Chinese economy. What were they called? They were the two Opium Wars, right? These were wars forcing China to accept the importation of narcotics. Can you believe this, right? Forcing a country to accept the importation of narcotics. Now, the first time the U.S. troops were sent to China, the first time that happened, that was in 1900. And in China at that point, there was an uprising. They called it the Boxer Rebellion. The way American media portrayed it, it was to protect missionaries, and it was, Christians were being persecuted, and they didn't want to intervene, but they just had to. We've heard this song and dance. Every time there's a war, the USA is always going in to liberate and protect people. But the reality was they were going in to protect the drug dealers from the nationalist movement. We all know about that comment Donald Trump made, right? About I'm not going to repeat it. I was brought up, my understanding is that you never talk that way about someone's home. We're talking about, the blank hole countries, if you know what I'm saying. You don't talk that way about someone's home. No matter how much problems a country has, no matter how poor the people there are, the people who live there are still people, and you don't disrespect them, and you don't use language like that to describe their home country. But if you look at all these countries around the world that are being described that way, they all have economies that are dominated by Wall Street and London. I mean, look at Mexico, for example. Every day there are people trying to cross in from Mexico. Mexico's a totally free market country. They privatized their oil recently, but it was only nominally nationalized prior to that. The country's totally gone along with NAFTA, free trade. People are impoverished. Look at Haiti. Look at how the USA intervened to bring down Aristide and ensure that the country maintained a free market economy. Nigeria, that's a country in Africa. And it is at this point the top oil exporting country on the African continent.
Nigeria has been doing business with Wall Street, Chevron, Shell Oil, BP. It's been doing business with them for years. And you'll notice that the country is a very, very poor country. At this point, the life expectancy is quite low. Illiteracy is approaching 42%, from my understanding. Nigeria is not very wealthy in terms of the population, but it is a rich country. It's got lots of oil, but the people there are poor. Libya used to be the top oil exporting country on the African continent, but at this point, Libya is a mess. Libya used to have the highest life expectancy on the African continent as well, but NATO went in and bombed the place into ruin. Look at Iraq. This is another country that was bombed into ruin and chaos. Look at Afghanistan. When these countries become absorbed into this international system, when they join with capitalism and with the global financial system dominated by these banks and corporations, they don't become any wealthier. There's this mythology. We hear that these corporations are developing the world. We've heard this before, right? The corporations are developing the world. They're helping bring people out of poverty. All the places that are dominated by these Wall Street banks and corporations tend to be deeply, deeply poor. And if you'll notice, there's a term for those who study economics. They might understand the phrase monopolistic stagnation, right? Because if you look at these countries that are independent, that are being attacked, who does the USA not like right now? Who's on the USA's enemy list?
Venezuela.
Right. So we got Venezuela, right? That's an independent state-run oil company selling oil on the international markets in competition with Wall Street. You got Iran, another country with an independent state-run oil company selling oil in competition with Chevron, BP, and these big corporations. What else? We got Russia, a huge state-run corporation exporting on the international markets in competition with Wall Street. It's about clearing the world. It's about maintaining a monopoly, right? The oil in Saudi Arabia is basically under control of Western corporations. So there's no problem. Notice that we're not seeing big outcry about human rights in Saudi Arabia. All these groups that are leading protests against Iran or leading protests against Venezuela, they're a little silent about the Saudi monarchy. One of the only countries in the world that still cuts people's heads off in public. The weird thing about all of this is there was a time when this setup around the world was pretty beneficial to lots of Americans, right? They went around attacking independent countries. They bombed Korea, bombed Vietnam, but we had the highest life expectancy in the world. We had, this booming economy. We had the American dream, the house and the car. But now, the same thing that they did to Latin America, the same thing that they did to Asia and Africa, they're doing it to Pennsylvania. They're doing it to Ohio. They're doing it to Michigan. They're doing it all over the United States right now. I was doing some research. They're actually unpaving the roads in 27 different states right now. They have a machine, and it's called a reclaimer. And what they do is they go to roads that are asphalt. They pull up the asphalt, they pulverize it, and they redistribute it. And where you used to have a paved road, at this point you have a dirt road. They're pulverizing, they're unpaving the roads in 27 different states because cities and municipalities can no longer afford to pay for paved roads, right? We are unpaving roads. Now, I'm not claiming to be a brilliant economist. I'm not some PhD. I'm not a brilliant economist, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that if you're replacing paved roads with dirt roads, there's a big problem in the economy. Donald Trump says that unemployment is at record low levels. You know what's also at record low levels? Wages. Wages are at record low levels. And you know what's at record high levels? Household debt. The rate of household debt in the United States is higher than it has ever been. People all across the United States are in debt. Something is deeply wrong. The same big banks and corporations that were controlling China's economy back in 1927 and keeping this proud civilization deeply impoverished, those same corporations are at this point dominating and destroying the economy of the United States. This is a reality we need to understand. And for the Chinese people, a people with such a proud history, you have to understand how humiliating this was. In a lot of the parks in China, they actually had signs. These parks were reserved for the European businessmen. And they actually had signs in these parks that said, no dogs or Chinese allowed. Right? In the parks in China, that they were not allowed in their own parks. This was deep humiliation. But China's quite a different country today, isn't it? You know, back when this document was written, back in 1927, China did not have a single steel mill. Not a single steel mill. Today, China produces half of the steel in the entire world. When this document was written, China did not have telephone service. Most of the country did not have telephones. Today, China has the largest telecommunications manufacturer in the entire world. You know, the world tourism industry is having a boom because in places like London and Paris and this city, New York, a big tourist city, there's a whole new market of tourists coming in. And you know who these people are? These are the grandchildren of those peasants that Mao was writing about. These people that were starving and hungry and illiterate, their grandchildren are now going on vacation to places like Paris and London and New York City. You can see them on the streets of this city. 700 million people have been raised out of poverty in China since 1949. 700 million people. Now, there's still a lot of poverty in China. At this point, 30 million people in China still live in poverty. 30 million. And their goal by 2020, as part of their vision of building what they call a moderately prosperous socialist society, is to completely eliminate poverty in China and bring those remaining 30 million people out of poverty. Now, China's got a huge amount of problems. They've got a huge issue of corruption. People talk about human rights, and you know, they are very clear about one thing, which is that they have no desire to spread their system around the world. You don't like the Chinese political model? Don't worry, it's not coming here. It'll never come here. But the way, and this is why it's relevant to this conversation, the way that these 700 million people were lifted out of poverty, it wasn't with capitalism, it was with socialist methods. I'll give you an example. You know, in China they declared the new laws regarding electric cars. The government went to all the auto manufacturers in China, and it said to them, you know, 1 out of every 10 cars that you produce must be an electric car. And they didn't just say this to the domestic car makers. They actually said this to anyone who imports cars into China. They said, if you import cars into China, you can't have cars that run on fossil fuels. 1 out of every 10 cars that you produce cannot run on fossil fuels. And next year, that's going to be 2 out of every 10 cars. And pretty soon it's going to be 3 out of every 10 cars. And right now, the metals that are used in the production of the batteries in electric cars, those rare metals, are going through the roof on the stock market because people are desperate to get them. Now, the article about China's new energy vehicle regulations that was in the Wall Street Journal, the first sentence of it, they said, by sheer force of will, China has created the world's largest electric car market. Sheer force of will, right? And that's the reality. The government went to these car manufacturers, said, this is what you're going to do, and they did it. Now, this is starting to get to the essence of the difference between socialism and capitalism. In capitalism, the government works for the corporations, and that's how it is over here. They would never make such car rules here. The automakers would never stand for it. The big oil companies would never tolerate it. But in China, instead of the government being controlled by the corporations are controlled by the government, and that's a big difference. There's a lot of confusion about what capitalism is. I made a video talking about how Mexico is capitalist, and I got all these people explaining to me that Mexico could not be capitalist because it's poor, and everyone knows capitalism means rich. You know, there's a lot of brilliance on the libertarian side of things, but I'm not going to get into that. But there's a lot of confusion, and socialism too, right? What is socialism? I've heard people say, well, the USA is socialist because we've got a post office, right? That makes us a socialist country, right? And there's all kinds of confusion about this kind of stuff. Well, I'm going to give you a clear definition. Capitalism is a system in which the economy functions for the purpose of making profits for a group of owners. Karl Marx, he talked about the anarchy of production. Friedrich Engels, he wrote that under capitalism, the means of production only function as a preliminary transformation into capital. Mao, he talked about how under capitalism, it's profits in command. A great example is, Dakota was in Union Square, like around the holiday time, I believe, when we had record low temperatures here in this city. And he saw that all these, these stores, like Burlington Coat Factory and some of the stores down there, they were cutting up clothing. They were cutting up these warm winter coats and throwing them into the garbage. And the reason they were cutting them up, and you would think, it's freezing temperatures, you've got people outside that are cold, why are they cutting them up before they throw them away? Isn't this a big waste? Well, it's not a waste, because those coats weren't produced for the purpose of keeping people warm. Those coats were produced for the purpose of making profits for a group of owners. So if they threw them into the garbage and someone took them out, that would be a coat that they did not buy from the store owner, right? Or you can, I mean, there's other examples. You can talk about, a lot of restaurants in New York City. At the end of the night, they'll take the excess food, they'll throw it into the garbage, and then before they walk away, they'll pour a bunch of motor oil on top of it. So no homeless person can take it out of the garbage, right? Again, they didn't produce that food so people can eat it. They produced that food so that they could make a profit from it. Sellability, not usability. That's capitalism. I mean, why do you think it is that pharmaceutical companies were working so hard to pressure doctors to overprescribe opioid medications? To make profits. Why do you think it is that all over the country there are companies that are not hiring law-abiding citizens and just functioning outside of the jails, but instead they're going into the prisons and hiring prisoners to do the work and paying them 2 cents an hour, taking jobs away from people on the outside? What's that about? It's about making profits. Capitalism is the rule of profits. It's an economy that functions in the interest of profits. Well, socialism is when the economy functions to serve the country. Socialism is a planned economy. It's when the people of a country come together and take control of their economy and force it to work in the interest of the public. That's the difference between capitalism and socialism. That's the definition that I can agree on. People have asked me what socialism would be like in the United States. I've given them 4 basic steps. Number 1, right now we're having a huge boom on the oil and energy markets, right? At this point, because of hydraulic fracking, we're producing more oil than most of the world. I believe we're 3rd in terms of oil production in the world, and we're the top natural gas producer in the entire world. We're having a boom right now. Our country is very, very wealthy in terms of natural resources, but yet we're getting poorer. And in fact, a lot of the states that have the most of this natural gas are some of the poorest states, the states that are hardest hit by deindustrialization, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Well, one first step toward moving the country towards socialism would be doing what most countries, or a lot of countries, have done around the world, and nationalizing our natural resources. Oil, natural gas, coal, timber. The profits from the land of the United States of America should go to the people of the United States of America. Governments that are bankrupt while we've got a huge boom in oil and natural gas. It shouldn't be going on like that. The profits should go to the country. Number 2, right now, all across the United States, like I mentioned, roads are being unpaved. Water isn't being properly purified. People are drinking lead in their water, contaminated water. Look at the MTA. It's in complete disrepair. Well, what we need right now is a mass program of infrastructure reconstruction. All these young people stuck in low-wage, short-term jobs should get hired and paid a decent wage to start rebuilding the highways and the bridges, revamping our universities, building a healthier country. We should put the next generation to work. Give them bright green uniforms. Say they're the Army of American Rebirth, and put them out there building high-speed rail and new highways. Let's rebuild the United States. Roosevelt did it during the Great Depression. There's no reason that our current leaders can't do it. That's step number 2. Step number 3. Right before he died, Franklin Delano Roosevelt put forward the idea that we needed an economic Bill of Rights. We have the Bill of Rights, the right to free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion. But we ought to have an economic Bill of Rights. People ought to have the right to see a doctor when they're sick. People ought to have the right to have a decent home to live in. People ought to have the right to an education. Right? This is basic. This is what Roosevelt called for, and he said that this was a way to safeguard democracy. Roosevelt famously said that hungry stomachs are what dictatorships are made from, and that in order to safeguard democracy and freedom, you have to make sure that people are cared for. That if you don't want to have some kind of authoritarian nightmare, you need to provide for people. That'd be step number 3, Roosevelt's Economic Bill of Rights. And step number 4, banking. Now, maybe you don't want to read Karl Marx, maybe you think that stuff's a little too radical. That's fine. You can read an obscure document people don't really read much these days. It's called the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the United States says that only the federal government has the right to print money. Only the federal government has the right to print money. Well, that's been gotten rid of. Right now we have a private corporation, the Federal Reserve, that is printing our money. And for every dollar that they print, we are getting even more deeper in debt. And like I said, maybe Karl Marx, all that stuff's a little too radical for you. Well, read the Bible, or read the Torah, or read the Quran. Every major religion forbids usury, lending money at interest. capitalism is great because you can work hard and get ahead, right? We've heard that before. You work hard and get ahead. Well, I've got news for you folks, that lending money at interest is having money. It's getting money by having money. That is not working hard to get ahead. And what it leads to, the reason that every civilization in history has warned against it, is because it leads to a creditor class that has more money than everybody else and rules over society. And that's what we're dealing with right now. At this point, all of our governments are in debt. We're completely beholden to these bankers that have control over our economy, right? Well, I think that the lending of money should be in the hands of the community. Somebody wants to open a business. Instead of going to some banker, they should go to the community and make a case that their business or their community or their business or their project will be beneficial to the entire community. And if they determine that, we'll lend them the money to do it. And then when they start paying back their loan, the interest or the revenue will go into the state budget. And we can build more hospitals and more schools and make sure we have decent roads and Amtraks and all kinds of things, right? So those are the 4 steps. Those are the 4 steps. Take control of our oil and natural resources, infrastructure development, pass the Economic Bill of Rights of Roosevelt, and control of our banking system. That's socialism. Now, notice that doesn't sound very radical, does it? That doesn't sound too radical, you know. There's no blood in the streets. No one's getting killed here. There's no Russian guys in fur hats who are showing up at your house and saying, "This place now belongs to the government." None of that. You know, I'm sorry. I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy the United States of America. That's not what I'm in this for. I'm a socialist because I want to save the United States of America. You know.
Jobs, schools, healthcare for America, not more money for Israeli crimes against the people. We are here as the real patriots, the people who really love America, to say that American funding of Israeli war crimes is unacceptable. Jobs, schools, and healthcare. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I mean,
How much support we're getting?
you have tons of support. It's awesome.
This is great. We are here to stand up for America. Jobs, schools, and health care for Americans, not bombs and weapons for Israel to kill Palestinians. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We have a message of true patriotism, true love for the American people, opposing war and destruction, and believing in humanity, love for our brothers and sisters, against the hateful ideology of Zionism, for brotherhood and solidarity of all people. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Get your Palestine right here. Free Palestine.
China, I got to do one. That's right. All the tea.
I mean, a lot of people receptive to this.
Slow down, guys. Slow down. Free Palestine! Money for jobs and schools in America, not Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. We are out here with a message of hope, optimism, and true patriotism against the crimes of the Zionist occupiers. Actually, this is one of the better places of doing this because literally it's the left coast.
Yeah. No, as it turns out, people don't hate us here. That's pretty much the opposite of what I expected based on our track record.
Well, you know, it's important to remember that the people in Portland are your team.
Careful with the American flag.
A little faster. Yeah, absolutely. I remember I'm small. All right, we're here. All right. All right. All right. Make it all wet. Just gotta go. Make it all wet. Hello?
Did the volume go down? Is there a volume knob on it?
All right.
On. LED.
Check.
No,
Check.
that doesn't sound good.
All right, I'll just.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do one hand or?
Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on my.
All right, we're having an event this weekend. Money for Jobs and Schools for America, Not Weapons for Israel. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We think the USA could be reborn with a new society where people come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. Check out the Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be a great conference happening this weekend in Oregon City. It's going to be awesome. We're putting up flyers everywhere. We are for jobs and schools and healthcare for Americans, not money for Israel, not weapons. We want to end the wars and rebuild America. That's what we're talking about. So, Center for Political Innovation, we're here. Join us this weekend. We got a conference coming up. It's going to be great. So we just want to let people know about it. It's going to be good. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Yes! Free Palestine. It's going to be good. Conference happening this weekend. Oregon City. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Absolutely. Free Palestine. Join us at our conference this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Come to our conference. It's going to be great. Come to our conference. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine. All right. Good times. Good times.
Whew.
Cold air is good for the lungs.
Good? Okay, so if we go there, are we like in the campus now? Very good. I have classes tomorrow, so it's good.
The reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system, capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist, but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Muste, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here. Right. And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they study Lenin in Iran and they study the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But if it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing. That ain't me. That's not what I believe. And it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists, they are Malthusians, right? They blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation, and that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target. Because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe. And a lot of them think they're Marxists. So I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And that 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist. You'll remember 9/11, the September 11th attacks. And after 9/11, the country was kind of whipped up into a frenzy of patriotism. Some of us, it's interesting to think, some of us weren't even born yet at that point, but the country was whipped up into a frenzy of very frightening patriotism. It was, my country, right or wrong. George W. Bush said that you're either with us or you're against us, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. There were flags everywhere and military parades everywhere, and it was quite frightening. And in that moment, the organized political left completely dropped the ball and made what I consider to be one of their greatest blunders, was that if you listen to what Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky and Ward Churchill said in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, you would think that Osama bin Laden was Ho Chi Minh. You would think that Osama bin Laden was Che Guevara. The narrative that they had was that America has gone all over the world and committed all these horrendous crimes, true, and that now America has been attacked, and some of what America has done to the rest of the world has happened to the United States. Again, true, but it's a problematic narrative, because Iraq, that had suffered under horrendous sanctions from the United States, did not attack the United States. China didn't attack the United States. Vietnam did not attack the United States. The people who attack the United States are people that are U.S. allies. Saudi Arabia was aligned with the United States. And immediately after 9/11, you'll notice that the government of Libya, led by Gaddafi, was very happy to support the United States and even offered to torture prisoners to help the United States catch the perpetrators of 9/11. And the Syrian government was also said, wow, we've been fighting al-Qaeda types for years, and the Saudis have been trying to overthrow us for years, and we would like to help you. And Iraq supported the United States, and Cuba supported the United States, and many countries around the world said, my goodness, we've been dealing with these extremists and fanatics that the USA has been backing against the Soviet Union and against independent and nationalist governments around the world, and now these extremists, kind of like the Contras of Nicaragua, kind of like other extremists the USA has backed around the world, now they've turned around and attacked the United States. So maybe for a moment we can get the United States to understand how bad these policies are of arming these extremists. But the interpretation that the U.S. organized political left had is because it was the United States that was attacked, and because the person who did it was a brown-skinned person from another part of the world, they immediately started sympathizing to some degree or other with the perpetrator. The idea was that somehow the Al-Qaeda were freedom fighters or something like that. And Yuri Kochiyama, who's a very important Asian American activist of Japanese heritage, a friend of Malcolm X, she was in her 80s, she was old, and we can forgive her for this, but she gave a horrendous interview where she compared Osama bin Laden to Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh and said he's a hero to the people of the world, and that wasn't the case. And you can understand why that message to average Americans didn't go over so well, right? And if the country's just been attacked and people are fearing for their lives and there's hysteria about terrorist attacks, if the message of the left is, well, we deserved it, we're the bad guys, we're the terrorists, you can understand that, especially in the age of very simplistic, watered-down politics, where everyone has a very short attention span, the response of people to Noam Chomsky, to Howard Zinn, to Ward Churchill was a hostile one. It was an unfriendly one, because they said, look, we feel like we're under threat, we feel like we're under attack, and the organized political left is telling us basically that we deserve it, and kind of making statements that imply somehow the people who did it are heroes. You can understand why the left was isolated. And when Bush, coming out of 9/11, attacked Afghanistan, he had something like 90% approval ratings for his invasion of Afghanistan, and the organized political left was pretty isolated. Now, the invasion of Iraq was much less popular. Europe opposed it, and other forces opposed it. Iraq had nothing to do with the 9/11 attacks, so there was widespread opposition to the war in Iraq. The country at the time of the invasion was about 50-50. But there was a lot of confusion on the left because they had this narrative of we are going to speak truth to power. There was a lot of religious pacifism, a lot of candlelight vigils, and a lot of that settlers mentality that average Americans are the enemy. And Ward Churchill, who was the leading Native American scholar, who became kind of a target of Fox News during these years, Ward Churchill, he wrote his essay, Some People Push Back, where he talked about how he said 9/11 was horrendous, but it logically makes sense because of the U.S. sanctions on Iraq that killed all these innocent people. What would you do if you're an Iraqi? What can you do to wake the Americans up? Well, the thing was, Iraq didn't attack the United States. So, I mean, it's a fallacious essay. And the essay blames average Americans. It says, average Americans know the U.S. government put these sanctions on Iraq. It's killing people. They're not doing anything about it. And it referred to some people in the Twin Towers as little Eichmanns, compared them to, it was a horrendous anti-populist narrative. But it comes out of the 1960s. This is the 1960s political narrative. This is the weather underground that thinks average Americans are pigs. That's how they responded to it. And Ward Churchill, it should be noted, the leading Native American scholar, and he wrote these essays after 9/11 that made him kind of a target for Fox News and the conservatives. But he's also, he was the main effort, one of the main ideologues of Native American support for the Contras in Nicaragua. And he actually went to Nicaragua to work with the Contras against the Sandinistas in the 1980s, published essays justifying Native Americans collaborating with the CIA against the socialist government of Nicaragua. So it kind of makes sense that his analysis of this would be a kind of a wacky and weird one.
All right, so we're here at the World Youth Festival, and there's a special exhibit room about NATO and the origins of the NATO alliance, how it was formed, kind of to finish the work that the Nazis were doing and trying to destroy Russia. A lot of interesting themes here. So we're just going to walk through this. A fascinating display, a lot of different items on display, a lot of different artwork and artifacts, etc. So we're just going to take a walk through the festival, through this area. Here we have a history of deception, a history of evil. NATO is the largest military, political, and intelligence alliance under the leadership of the United States, created 75 years ago, 1949, to, quote, contain the Soviet Union, the North Atlantic Alliance, after the collapse of the USSR. Not only did it not cease to exist, very important point, but it also increased the number of participants from 16 to 31, which they promised would not happen, right? They said that NATO would never move an inch eastward, but yet it continued to move. Let's see what else they've got in here. A lot of interesting stuff. Now, this here kind of documents America's support for the Euromaidan riots that overthrew the democratically elected president of Ukraine. This is some of the weaponry that was used by the forces that violently toppled Viktor Yanukovych in the 2014 Euromaidan coup. Just wild. These are actual weapons. Can you imagine this, right? Here in the United States, or in the United States, people get angry about the fact that, there's bots and memes allegedly from Russia. Can you imagine if people in the United States were being armed with weapons like this to attack police officers, to attack people, to destroy public property? I mean, you talk about foreign meddling. This is what the United States was arming people with in order to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Absolutely crazy. But some other highlights we'll talk about. Over here, this is a U.S. supplied weapon, that has been provided to Ukrainian forces by the United States. It's an anti-tank missile system. This is, instead of feeding Americans, instead of providing jobs and healthcare and education in the United States, this is where our tax money is going, to have these kind of sophisticated weapons to prolong the Ukraine conflict. Absolutely, absolutely insane. But this is an actual U.S.-created weapon that was supplied to the Ukrainian military by our tax money. Absolutely crazy. Soviet artwork about NATO, about how NATO's always been a military alliance. It's not defensive, but offensive, right? NATO was behind the destruction of Libya. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and then it was NATO that bombed and destroyed it. Now people are fleeing Libya, trying to get out, drowning in the Mediterranean. NATO's never been a defensive alliance. It's always been offensive. It's about attacking independent countries like Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela. Any country that breaks out of the Atlanticist Western system gets targeted. Look at that photo. Right? There we have the President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt, who I think was the greatest president we ever had. We have Winston Churchill, the leader of Britain, and then we have Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union. They were together, standing together to defeat the Nazis. A great moment in our history. You notice every time in American history where we're on the right side, America and Russia are friends. During the American Revolution, the Russians were on our side to fight against the British Empire. During the Civil War, Russia sent its navy to New York City's harbors to support Abraham Lincoln. And during the fight against fascism, we Americans, we were friendly with the Soviet Union. They tried to erase that history. A lot of Americans think that the Soviet Union was on the other side. They've forgotten that the Soviet Union took Berlin, that the Soviet Union liberated Auschwitz concentration camp. The people of the Soviet Union and the American people were friends and allies to defeat the Nazis during the war, and they've totally tried to erase that history. But here we have it on display. And then, of course, we have the crimes of the Japanese imperialists who were in an alliance with the Germans, and that there's a real continuity between what the Nazis were doing during World War II and what NATO is doing. People forget that the alliance between Japan and Italy and Germany, what was it called? It was called the Anti-Comintern Pact. It was the anti-Soviet pact, right? And NATO is basically the Anti-Comintern Pact Part 2.
lot of great history on display here. And you see some of the horrendous propaganda of the Nazis, what they did, how they justified their genocidal crimes in the name of fighting Russia, and fighting communism, fighting the Soviet Union. It's very, very wild. And then we have, of course, the formation of NATO to keep the Soviet Union out of Europe. Insanity. Wow, well, that's a lot of beautiful stuff, important stuff that people need to hear about here at the festival. Thank you.
So just to add to that, from what I understand, because my parents ran away from the Soviet Union back in the day, and we're talking about socialism being the means of government control of production. So there is something being produced, which is kind of like an industry-based economy rather than a service-based economy. So in compare and contrast with the United States, we're not really producing things anymore. That's being done overseas by different governments that aren't capitalist, but we're just becoming a service-based economy. And just America and Soviet Union have a lot of differences because we're more service-based in manufacturing groups.
Wow, well, I would like to say something about that, because that's actually one thing that was pointed out by a writer that I've learned a lot from named Nelson Peary. He wrote a book called The Future is Up to Us, which is a very good book. I encourage people to read it. And he talks about the fact that, as you talk about these revolutions in stages, every new revolution began with that economic revolution, the new mode of production, right? But the Russian Revolution did not have a new mode of production. It was simply capitalist industrial production organized according to a state central plan. The steel mills in the Soviet Union functioned in the same way the steel mills in the United States operated. There was not a new economic system. And Nelson Peary argues that the reason that ultimately the Soviet Union didn't last is because it did not represent a higher stage of production, right? And that if you look throughout the time of feudalism, there were plenty of times where people did what the Narodniks did. And they rose up, they seized control of their land, and they reorganized feudalism in a more egalitarian and fair way. But eventually, the old feudal system would come and take them over because they didn't have a new mode of production, right? And that ultimately, it's the computer revolution that has created this service economy. That's the reason that we don't have industrial workers at this point, is because those jobs have been eliminated by machines with 3D printing and all of that. And basically the industrial worker is fading away. And Jack Ma, one of the brilliant, he's a billionaire in China, but he's also a brilliant intellectual and a member of the Communist Party. He talks about the fact that basically everything that could be done by a machine is going to be done by a machine eventually. And all that we're going to have left as humans is going to be things that only human beings can do. It's very fascinating, and that ultimately, that lays the basis for a new social order. With the elimination of the industrial worker. And I think that kind of thing is fascinating, as you're pointing out. But that is one reality, is that the Soviet economic system, it was capitalist industrial production, but not capitalist. It was operated according to a state central plan, not for profits. But the steel mills function in the same way. And I think that's a point that ultimately needs to be made, absolutely. And I think that's interesting. And I think that points toward the fact that we're living in an era where capitalism, because it's gotten rid of industrial workers, right? There's no room for millions of people at the assembly line, right? Their ability to be hired to work has been eliminated. As a result, they're not spending, right? Their spending power has decreased. So the capitalists are producing so much stuff more efficiently than ever before. They're churning out iPhones and iPads like never before. But the people of the world, their standard of living is dropping because there's no place for them to get hired and have enough to actually buy it, right? And that this is what Karl Marx wrote about in his book Capital, the problem of overproduction, that the capitalist is constantly driving to make the means of production more efficient, but at the same time, in order to do that, he's lowering the standard of living and reducing the spending power of the worker. And the worker cannot buy back the products that he's being driven so hard to produce. Under previous systems, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Now people are homeless because there's too much housing. Under previous systems, people were hungry because there was food shortages. But now people are becoming hungry because there's too much food. And that's the problem of capitalism, is that we produce not for use and for human need, but for profits, right? I mean, the classic example is that, like, at the end of the night in a lot of restaurants, right? They'll take the food that's left over and they'll throw it in the garbage. But instead of just walking away and leaving it there in the garbage, they'll take motor oil and pour it all over it. Why? Because if some homeless person eats it out of the garbage, then they're not going to go spend at the restaurant, right? They didn't produce that food for people to eat it. They produced that food to make money off of it, right? That's the irrationality of capitalism, and it can only be resolved with the means of production being controlled by the state in order to stop that irrationality. And the fact that we have a service economy and that the industrial worker is becoming a thing of the past lays the basis for a higher social system to come into being. Absolutely, that's my response to that.
Yeah, in 1991, Donald Trump introduced the term fair trade instead of free trade. And as a Donald Trump supporter, I agree with a lot of fair trade.
I think that's been around before, though. I mean, the anti-globalization protests in the 1990s were talking about fair trade, not free trade, and I mean that's a long-standing critique of globalization. You know, is this understanding that it's a global race to the bottom, right? It's the playing countries in the world against each other, lowest wages, lowest living. You know what I'm saying? That's globalization, what capitalism has become in the 1990s and later, this global economy where a single item might be produced in 25 different countries, right? Where all the workers are competing for who will work for the cheapest. You know what I mean? That global system, which I think people on the right call it globalism, right? But Lenin wrote a whole book about it called Imperialism, where the world is ruled by a small group of bankers based in the Western countries. That is ultimately what socialism is trying to resolve and change, by having society and countries take control of their economies and rationally operate them.
Yeah, because fair trade introduces the idea of you actually help the poor countries. If they have something that we could get from them, we give them something that they might eat in return. It's a lot different than, instead of purely being for profit, you're doing what's best to develop other countries at the same time. But it's not a matter of just giving away wealth or wealth redistribution. It's doing it in a smarter way where you could focus on smaller economies to grow themselves.
Sounds kind of like what China's doing with the One Belt, One Road initiative.
A little bit.
Yeah, where China's going to developing countries and building infrastructure and raising up the standard of living and stimulating the domestic economy. And then there's more of a domestic economy for them to trade with. So they make more money, and that country has more of a domestic economy, and their businesses grow, and both countries kind of grow together. They call it win-win cooperation.
Yeah, they're doing that in Ethiopia. They're building highways, hotels, gas stations, and they're just building an economy, and they might even trap those countries by making them owe debt to China. But at the same time, Ethiopia is really going to evolve.
Well, but that's the crazy thing is, you hear them, that's the allegation leveled against China is that, they're going to, trap all these countries in debt. But, the IMF and the World Bank have been doing that for years. You know what I mean? They've done it to this country, they've done it to Mexico, they've done it to all of South America. I mean, so then it's like, well, China, there's this allegation that maybe hypothetically China might be doing it when the United States has been blatantly doing it for years but very interesting, yeah. And this is why I think people should revisit Lenin's book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, where he talks about this and how these international conglomerates, these global corporations get formed that kind of dominate the world. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I just thought it was interesting that you mentioned his imperialism, because I'm personally a lot of my study is fascinated by the creation of the global South, particularly in the Caribbean. And as you know, for most of my academic career, my case study has been Haiti. And that's why I find a lot of the talk about this trade to be very interesting, because Haiti in particular has been a victim of a lot of this economic imperialism, particularly from the West, but also of France and Germany at different points in Haiti's history. So I find, part of the reason that I admire China's initiative is because it doesn't have that vampiric level to it, where it's not, necessarily sucking the resources out of the country, and when providing resources, giving it to the select few, which has been traditionally the issue with global imperialism.
In a few days, Joe Biden is going to have a democracy summit. And his democracy summit is about spreading war propaganda and lies. Trying to build the case for war against China, trying to build the case for war against Russia, trying to build the case for war against Cuba and Democratic People's Korea and all the socialist countries. They have backed brutal regimes and dictators all over the world. They've backed death squads and murderous counter-revolutionary terrorists. They have backed extremists all over the planet, and they justify it with propaganda about victims of communism.
So in Iran, they have elections, they have different political parties. However, they have this thing called the Guardian Council.
And the Guardian Council is made up of the top Islamic scholars in the country, the most well-respected Islamic leaders. And before the election, they approve or disapprove the candidates. You're running for president of Iran, you're running for the parliament. They make sure that you are in line with the teachings of the Islamic Revolution. And if you are, you can run for office. And if you win the election, you get your seat. And if you're not, you're disqualified. And when I was talking to the Iranians, I thought this was fascinating. They said, you know what, Caleb, we have the Guardian Council. We're not a pure democracy in Iran. We're not. We're a guided democracy. We're a democracy guided by our religious leaders, the religious leaders, the founders of our revolution, the people that overthrew the Western-backed dictator, that defeated the Iraqi invaders. They, oversee the democracy to make sure that the democracy flows from our religious tradition. They said, you have the same thing in America. Right? In America, you have a Guardian Council. It's called Wall Street. It's called Wall Street. In America, you can run for office. Anyone can run for office, but the big corporations decide who's a real candidate and who's not. And they vet, and they only allow people to be real candidates if Wall Street approves of them, right? If the big corporations and the mainstream media approve of a candidate, they get selected. They're allowed to be a real candidate. And if not, then they don't get treated as a real candidate. And we get to vote. But at the end of the day, we only get to vote for people. The only ones that have any chance are the ones that are approved by the people with the money. And they said, so which is better? Is it better to have a government that is guided by people who are the founders of your country, who are the most well-respected religious scholars, who overthrew a brutal dictator, who drove out foreign invaders? Or is it better to just happen to have the people be in charge, whoever just happens to have the most money? Right? And that is a really good point, because, and this is what you need to understand about imperialism. I'm talking about a lot of different topics. Imperialism, and the way imperialism works, it's often de facto rule. Right? And this is something that it just drives me crazy. Imperialism rules, and it claims it's not ruling. It's only dictatorship when they are allowed to lose. As long as they get their way, it's not dictatorship. For example, right? In the 1990s, they said that Russia was a democracy. Right? In the 1990s, the Russian government was overthrown. You had the Russian, the Russian Federation was created. The Soviet Union was overthrown. And they elected this guy, Boris Yeltsin, to be the president. And then Boris Yeltsin started looting and destroying the Russian economy. And the Russian people then voted for another government. They voted for a parliament, a Duma, to stop him. And it was the Communist Party, and it was the Russian nationalist parties, and the National Salvation Front. They elected a government called the National Salvation Front to stop Boris Yeltsin. Then Boris Yeltsin dissolved the parliament, and he declared a state of emergency, and the parliament leaders wouldn't leave, and he sent the military to bomb the parliament. And the military, the actual Russian military, can you imagine this? That would be like in the United States, if, they had there's a president who was very unpopular, but his term was still up, and they elected a new Congress, and the Congress was against him. And so the president just said, no, and he sent the military to go bomb Capitol Hill. Well, obviously, we would all say that's ridiculous. But the USA says that Russia in the 1990s was a democracy. They call that democracy. Why? Because Yeltsin was their guy. Their guy was in power. Their guy was dissolving the parliament, dissolving the Duma. Their guy was sending the military to crush people. So it was a democracy, right? Russia was a democracy in the 90s. How is that democracy? When the people elect a parliament that's going to stop what the leader is doing, and then he sends the military to, that's not democracy. And then everybody knows that the only reason Boris Yeltsin won the 1996 elections is because the USA meddled like crazy in the 1996 elections in Russia. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. There's a documentary film all about how Bill Clinton got Boris Yeltsin reelected. The USA was really scared that Zhuganov, the leader of the Communist Party, would win the election in Russia in 1996. So the USA, you want to talk about foreign meddling, the USA brags. The cover of Time magazine bragged about how the USA did everything they could to make sure Boris Yeltsin got reelected. But we're told in the 1990s, it was a free country. But what happened then in 1999, Russia elected Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin had the majority of the votes, and Vladimir Putin was very popular. And in his presidency, he started fixing the economy by realigning the economy around oil and gas, state-controlled energy. And now we're told Russia's a dictatorship. Well, how is it a dictatorship now and it was a democracy before? This is bullshit, right? It's dictatorship when they lose, and as long as they're winning, it's a democracy. And that's how it is all over the world, right? And so, like, you know, yeah, they say here in America, we have totally free elections. It just so happens whoever has the money rules. But in Iran, where they have the Islamic Republic and the Guardian Council choosing the candidates, that's dictatorship. Well, and this gets to what Lenin talked about in his very important book, right? Which is a very important book, which is something that it's hard for a lot of communists to really understand. This is a very important book. It's not got a good name, but it's an important book to read. Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky by Vladimir Lenin. This is a very, very important book because they said the same thing about the Bolsheviks. They said the exact same thing about the Bolsheviks, right? What we have to understand is that pure democracy, real democracy, like absolutely pure, free democracy, is only going to be possible once you have total socialism. Until then, those who control the means of production, those who own the banks and the factories and the industries, are going to defend their control over it, and they're going to use their control over the means of production to rule. And the only way you'll ever get a pure democracy is when you have full socialism. Okay? And that's what people don't get. And that yes, you know, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy. It was not, right? They had one party, the Communist Party. They tried to have other parties, but eventually they had the Communist Party. In the Soviet Union, they didn't have total free speech. I mean, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy, but there won't be pure democracy. And that's the point this book is making. There will not be pure democracy anywhere until you have total socialism in the world, until the working class completely, until you have eliminated the rule of profits, until there's enough wealth and abundance, until you have global socialism moving toward that ultimate stage of communism. There's not going to be pure democracy anywhere. There's an element of dictatorship in all societies. However, under capitalism, that dictatorship is whoever has the most money. In anti-imperialist and socialist societies, it is the revolutionary working class forces, okay? And that's what you have to understand, and that's what Kautsky did not understand, and that's what social democrats do not understand. Social democrats believe that we're just trying to make democracy come true. That's what social democrats believe. They say that, you know, America claims to have a government of by and for the people, and, you know, they're lying, but we're going to make it come true. No, you're not going to make it come true. You're going to bring the working class and the revolutionary organizations to power to establish socialism so eventually it can come true. But you're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists, right? You're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists to make it true to its principles, right? You are waging class warfare. And that this is hard for a lot of people to understand, right? That Iran is not a pure democracy, and they do not claim to be a pure democracy. The Chinese system is not a pure democracy, right? It is a revolutionary democratic dictatorship, they call it, meaning that it is the Communist Party leading the Chinese people, right, to enact their will through the leadership of the Communist Party, but there are undemocratic elements to it, right? And that as long as there are different classes in society, those classes are going to contend for power. And as those classes contend, the idea of having a pure democracy that is just a completely open, free democracy is an illusion. And this is something that a lot of social democrats don't understand. And that's, and again, they say that it's pure democracy when they win. And then they look at countries that admit they are not pure democracies. Iran is not a pure democracy. Cuba is not a pure democracy. China, North Korea, these are not pure democracies. These are countries that are guided. Their democracy is guided, but it's not guided by just whoever happens to have the most money. It's guided by the forces that have led the revolution, that have driven out the foreign invaders, that have built a society based on their principles. But yes, those forces are guiding the democracy, and that The only way we will ever get pure democracy is when we've completely eliminated poverty in the world, when we've completely eliminated any form of class antagonism, when there's enough wealth to go around. At that point, inequality will start to fade away and we can talk of pure democracy. But as long as you have class society, and as long as some people own the means of production, as long as there's mass amounts of inequality, you are not going to have democracy, right? And this is the myth of bourgeois democracy. And this is really important to understand. And I always use the Iranian Guardian Council as a great way of explaining that, right? Iran is more democratic than the United States, even though the United States in form is more democratic. On paper, the USA is way more democratic than Iran, on paper, right? In the United States, there's no Guardian Council. Anyone can run for office. Whoever has the most votes wins. But we all know that the people with the money rule. In Iran, it's not as purely democratic on paper. In Iran, they say, look, our democracy, we are led by the Islamic Republic. We are led by the supreme leader. This is not pure democracy. However, they are led by a revolutionary government that is constantly under the attack of the imperialists and relies on a very well-organized population to have their back. They have Basij councils in every neighborhood. They have these revolutionary committees that back them up. And that government, right, that government in Iran desperately depends on having the support of the population. And so even though it's not purely democratic, it's way more beholden to the people than our government is. The Islamic Republic bends over backwards to get average people on the street to have their back and support them. And if they didn't have that, they would lose in a minute. Our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them or not, because they just, but the only way the Islamic Republic can stay in power is through this network of people in Iran called Basij councils that are loyal to them, that carry out their goals on the community level, that teach classes on their ideology, that are walking through the neighborhood and trying to make sure that everything is being carried out according to their Islamic teachings. The only way they can stay in power is by having a huge millions and millions of people who go out and their mission is to keep them in power and carry out their goals. That's the only way they can stay in power. Whereas our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them, because the people with the money support them, and they can do whatever they want, right? And that's the difference, right? So what is democracy? Democracy is the rule of the people. And no country anywhere in the world is democracy. And the only way you're going to get a real democracy is when you ultimately have a world without poverty, when you've eliminated scarcity, etc. But if democracy is rule of the people, even though these countries are not as democratic on paper as we are, they are more democratic because the government has a much closer relationship with the population and is so dependent on the people having their back. And the population is so heavily involved in the process of governing, it's more democratic. And that is a hard thing for a lot of people to understand. Just because you have free speech doesn't make it democratic. Just because everyone gets to vote doesn't make it democratic. Democracy means, are the people ruling? And in many countries like North Korea, like Iran, like Cuba, there is way more democratic participation. There is way more dependent on a loyal population. The people are ruling way more than they are in the West. And that is something that it's very hard for people to understand. But you all are smart. You're a smart audience, and you're learning from me. And we've engaged with all these ideas together. And so we're learning. I saw Spartacus when I was, junior high age. And I was like, what is this? I didn't like it. It wasn't until years later that I understood the politics of the movie Spartacus that I really appreciated it. Spartacus, the movie, it's based on a novel about Spartacus written by Howard Fast, who was a member of the Communist Party. And then they had Dalton Trumbo, another member of the Communist Party, write the screenplay. And then they made the movie as a friendly gesture to the Soviet Union. The movie was a gesture to the Soviet Union. It was part of the thawing of McCarthyism. And it was the Kennedy administration and the CIA sending a message to Soviet filmmakers and intellectuals. Look, we can make a communist movie in America, and you can't make a pro-capitalist movie in the Soviet Union. And it was very much, it was the USA sending a message to Soviet intellectuals. It was part of the Cold War liberalism, part of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. But it's a really well-made film. And, and the message of the film is that you should align with the liberals. It's about fascism, basically, is that Rome, there's a huge slave revolt,
And in response to the slave revolt, Rome becomes a fascist government with the military-industrial complex takes over the government. Crassus becomes the dictator. And so the way that Spartacus's son is able to get free and to escape is because, you know, they align with the liberals who want to preserve democracy against the militarist right wing. It's urging communists of the world to vote for the Democrats, basically, is what the film is about. But it's still a well-made film. And, you know, it's pretty clear that, you know, the area when the slaves have their freedom and they set up this, you know, socialistic society in the mountains, that's supposed to be like the Soviet Union. And Crassus is supposed to be Hitler. He's supposed to be a military dictator. You know, it's the politics of the Popular Front. It's the politics of Gus Hall and the Communist Party political line that was against fascism, aligning with the Democrats. That's basically the message of the film. But it's a well-made film, but I didn't enjoy it until I understood the politics. One funny thing about Spartacus, the movie, is that it's anti-gay. Crassus, the villain, is portrayed as a homosexual, and that's supposed to be a sign that he's so evil. And it also plays into the idea that fascists were homosexual, which was actually in the Soviet Union, that was a widely believed thing, was that Nazis and fascists were all gay. That was a big point of Soviet propaganda. And in the film Spartacus, they portray Crassus as he's the Hitler of Rome, basically. He's this militarist dictator, and he's gay. You know, and he like tries to rape one of his slaves, and the slave like runs away from him. So I think that's kind of hilarious, actually. You know, I mean, it's sad. I mean, obviously we don't want to stigmatize gay people, but that was a you know, communist belief about fascism, was that fascism was rooted in homosexuality. It was some kind of Freudian thing, like fascists are gay people that are repressing it, and so they love militarism and marching in uniforms and stuff like that because they're gay and can't admit it. That was a really common belief in the Soviet Union. And actually, what's interesting is during the early 60s, right, this period where we saw McCarthyism breaking, this movie comes out, Spartacus. They portray Crassus as a homosexual fascist. George Lincoln Rockwell, who was the leader of the American Nazi Party, right? Many of the opponents of George Lincoln Rockwell claimed that the American Nazi Party was a homosexual front. And it was based on this same belief. And this was a belief in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, they believed that fascism was the result of repressed homosexual feelings. I kid you not. This was a very widely believed. So it was put out in the press at the time that George Lincoln Rockwell's Nazi Party was actually a homosexual front. And there was some logic to that, because we know that, you know, Ernst Röhm, who was the founder of Hitler's SS, was gay. Then Hitler had the Night of Long Knives and killed him. But many of the early Nazis, the stormtroopers, were gay. That's true. And that prior to the rise of the Nazis, Germany had been the center of the gay rights movement. You know, there was a whole institute for studying homosexuality that had been built by the Weimar government. And there were gay bars and drag shows all over Berlin. And, you know, there was, you know, that was a widespread belief. And that Freudian psychoanalysis was very popular in the Soviet Union. You know, Sabina Spielrein, who was considered she's like a founding father of Freudian psychoanalysis. She died in the Second World War. She worked directly with Sigmund Freud. She worked directly with Carl Jung. And then she went to the Soviet Union, and she died in World War II. She was murdered by the Nazis when they took over the city she was living in, and they killed all the Jews in the city. So, you know, and that many of the Soviet bureaucrats, a lot of the Soviet bureaucracy was really into Freudianism and psychoanalysis. So psychoanalytic thinking was very widespread in the Soviet Union, and traditional psychoanalysis views homosexuality in a negative light, views homosexuality as being a deviation caused by childhood trauma or improper relationships with one's parents that one can get over through psychoanalytic therapy. Modern psychoanalysis has obviously moved away from that, but classical Freudian thinking is believing that homosexuality is, you know, a deviation, but also believing that it's everywhere, right? And there's something to be said for that. I mean, nowadays, if people are gay, they're just gay, right? But back before there was a gay rights movement, there were a lot of people who were gay and were expressing it in different ways, right? And so the belief that all these people that are enthusiastic about men in uniforms and marching and boots and all of that, that they're all, you know, they're gay people who are like in denial. you can see how somebody, coming at things from the Freudian belief that homosexuality is rooted in like developmental problems. And on top of that, the belief that which was probably true at the time, there was a lot of people that are gay that are like suppressing it, that are like in denial of their own gay feelings. You can understand why why that was widely believed in the Soviet Union, that homosexuality and that Nazism was an expression of suppressed homosexual feelings, that fascism and militarism, the ultra masculinity of the far right wing, that this was the result of suppressed homosexual feelings. The thing is, that argument doesn't stand today, because nowadays when people are gay, they're just gay. I mean, look, is Milo Yiannopoulos suppressing his homosexual feelings? Clearly not. He's very clearly gay. So this idea that, the Proud Boys, they're all just gay and won't admit it to themselves, so they're becoming fascists, it doesn't stand up. It's ridiculous, right? If they were going to be gay, they'd just be gay. Milo Yiannopoulos is gay. There's plenty of gay fascists walking around. I view it, I'll just be honest with you. Either way, right? If I were to make these streams all about trans rights and canceling transphobes and calling out bigots who are oppressing trans people, if I were to do that, or I were to do the opposite, and I would, talk the way kind of like Tulsi Gabbard is talking right now and highlight people who've detransitioned and call it child abuse and stuff like that. If I were to do either of those things, the ruling class wins. That's what they want us to be talking about. They want us to have a culture war over that. And I don't want to. I want to create an atmosphere of love where any person who comes around who is dealing with, issues around their gender feels loved and accepted, number one. And number two, I want to talk about economics and socialism. I want to talk about the need to stop the wars and the class struggle and anti-imperialism. I don't want to talk about, the medical benefits of gender surgery, the ethics of who should be included in women's sports versus men's sports. I just don't want to talk about it. And that a lot of people don't get that. They think, okay, the synthetic left, they're obsessed with the pro-trans position. So if we take the anti-trans position, we're sticking it to them. No, you're not. You're giving them exactly what they want. That is exactly what they want. And you'll notice that even though I never talk about that issue on these streams, ever. I mean, I just don't go there other than saying I love my trans friends and, and I don't like how leftist spaces are dominated by discussion of this issue. Other than that, I don't really go there. But the people who hate me, have you convinced? I mean, apparently all I do on these streams is just spew hatred for black people and hatred for trans people the whole time. My opponents think I am a raving transphobe because I'm friends with people that have said things that are critical on the issue. And that shows you, the fact that they're trying to paint me as that shows you that it would be very useful to them if that was that. I am just not here to talk about the trans issue. I'm just not. I don't know enough about it. I don't want to talk about it. And I must say this, I'm not talking about trans people here, right? So don't get me wrong. I am not talking about trans people. I'm talking about people who are not trans, but pro-trans. And even some of the people that are anti-trans. And this is going to make a lot of people mad, but I must say it. I think the reason a lot of people fixate on that issue is because it turns them on. Now, I'm not talking about trans people. Trans people, that's a separate thing. But some of these people that are obsessively pro-trans, they're watching videos all about the surgeries people go through and the details, they're getting titillated by it. And some of the people who are obsessively anti-trans, they're like, oh my God, I'm so upset. They're getting titillated by it, right? This is about genitals. This is about hormones. This is about body parts and clothing. And some people are getting turned on by this. Some people are getting turned on by it. I just said it, okay? And it must be said. And I'm not talking about the trans people. I'm talking about the people who fixate on that issue who are not trans. Some of them are getting off on it, okay? Because the amount of detail these people go into great about this stuff. I mean, if you're actually trans, I understand getting into detail about it. Or if a family member is trans or something. But there's a lot of people who just sit on the internet thinking about trans stuff all day long. And I mean, I'm looking at this as an outsider, and I am convinced that a lot of those people are turned on by it, and you can get mad at me for saying that, and you can call me a hypocrite or whatever. I don't care anymore. I am convinced that the reason that so many people think that needs to be the focus of everything, pro or con, is because it's a titillating subject. So I that's what I think. I think, they want us thinking about below the belt topics. They want us thinking about, ways that people's, ways that people's genitals can be altered, and people that are against it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it, and people that are for it, they go into gross and all kinds of detail about it. And I'm convinced that people are titillated by it. So I'm sorry if this live stream will not become an opportunity to turn you on, but it's just not gonna. So there you go.
On the street face to face anymore, not very often. But if you are studying in a university, there will be a Trotskyite-led Marxist society for studying Marxism and, propagating Marxism, whatever. And really, I think this role, is a particularly insidious and important one as far as, insidious as far as our movement is concerned and important as far as the state is concerned, because, of course, radical intellectuals and radical students have always played a really important role in successful revolutions. And I don't think it's an accident that when the Trotskyite movement is shrinking in on itself, where it gravitates to is the universities to catch the revolutionary-minded young people and make sure they don't end up in the arms of the real revolutionaries. So I'm going to hand over to Caleb for your last thoughts and then Harpal.
Well, I guess I'll say this. I just want to quickly mention that, among Trotskyite groups, you can divide them into three. There are three categories at this point among Trotskyite groups that you'll see. The first is what you call neo-Trotskyites or third camp Trotskyites. And these are people, it's mainly an academic, campus-based, trend. And their critique of all the socialist and communist governments around the world is they're not democratic enough. They think the Soviet Union was state capitalist. It was an evil state capitalist regime. And, they are obsessed with, spreading, quote unquote, human rights around the world. And they're involved in NGO liberal activism. And they tend to be based on the campuses. They tend to really focus on the LGBT movement and things like that. That's called neo-Trotskyism. The second current that you get is what you might call mainline Trotskyism. And in Britain, these are the folks that joined the Labour Party. In the United States, we have a group called Socialist Alternative, that was big in supporting Bernie Sanders. And they'll claim to kind of support Cuba or kind of support socialist countries, but they don't really support them. They'll say, well, they're socialist in foundation, but they want to overthrow the Stalinist bureaucracy. And they're obsessed with labor unions, and they want to build labor unions. They'll talk about economics. They're on the wrong side internationally, but they're very interested in labor unions and economic struggles. And then you have a third category of people that they call orthodox Trotskyists. And these are Trotskyists that I jokingly say, these are Trotskyists that are just nuts. These are Trotskyists who will say things like World War II is still happening because Trotsky said World War II can only end with global revolution. So it clearly must be happening still because Trotsky said, there's some of them that believe in UFOs and space aliens. There's some of them that want to legalize pedophilia and will go to great lengths arguing about why child rape should be legalized because of something that Trotsky said or Lenin said. But to the credit of some of these weird, orthodox Trotskyists, some of them will actually take stances that are against U.S. imperialism because they're nuts. They're so hyper sectarian and crazy. Some of them do support Russia and Ukraine. Some of them will defend the DPRK a little bit or something like that. But they're a very obscure, even more obscure wing of things. But those are the three camps of Trotskyism that you'll see. You'll see they divide into those three categories. But what brings them all together? And I think this is what I would like to end my contribution today with. What is the essence of Trotskyism? It's that when Lenin developed his theories, he said that the main danger to humanity is imperialism. Capitalism has become imperialism, a global system of monopoly capitalism that is holding back development and impoverishing people all over the world. And the duty of revolutionaries is to oppose imperialism. And Trotskyism, all of its different manifestations and interpretations, is always an attempt to say, no, it's not about fighting the imperialists. It's about fighting for pure workers' democracy. It's about fighting the Stalinist bureaucracy. It's about, it's about this, it's about that. It's never a fight against the imperialists, right? Trotskyism is a way that you can claim to be a Marxist or a socialist or a revolutionary, but not focus on fighting the imperialists. Fight some other battle, but not against imperialism. That is the essence of what Trotskyism is.
Beautiful. Thank you, Caleb. And of course, that explains why Trotskyism is so anti-Leninist, right? Harpal.
About what is happening here?
Yeah.
This is in a sport. The name is Sohukai. It's a martial art typical from Ecuador. They have the move, the particular from the Ecuador Andinal dance and the folklore typical from Ecuador. You can practice in the Sohukai self-defense against the weapon like the knife and the other weapon. So like I don't know, like the Krav Maga and food, like the Jiu-Jitsu. You have the hits with I can say it in English. The food.
Your shirt says Ministro del.
Minister of the Sport is a partner from the Sohukai in Ecuador in the tournament, in the other activities. But Sohukai do many activities around the country in the year. The activity. I don't know what is the other question that you have, sir.
President Correa is supportive of these kind of programs?
Yes, President Correa is a big support for this activity. We can do this activity like sport, Ecuadorian, just for the help of the President of Ecuador.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, but the first person in Ecuador, he have everything to support this activity. Is a very good for the son of the president practice this activity.
Wow, that's great. It's part of the process, the Bolivarian process, or
yes, it's a part of this process, but. In this moment, the son of president not practiced this activity because he have the other activities important than the school. I don't know.
Wow, it's great.
Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia.
We're not strong enough. In the way, and he starts to opine on how it could be best used. He says, you know, if you ignite the bomb at a given out, and they cut him off. They say, it's okay, doctor. Go between 130,000 to 250,000 people dead because of these bombs, but we don't know. And they did use it. 78 years ago today, the United States of America dropped.
How did this stop? This was a great moment. June 30th, 2019. The leader of People's Korea and the leader of the United States shook hands. They met, the first president ever to visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We had Donald Trump trying to make peace with a country that is still technically at war with the United States. Donald Trump was trying to open the door to peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. There would be hope to bring the troops home from South Korea. There would be hope that there could be denuclearization, that North Korea wouldn't feel threatened anymore, that there could be no more bombs and weapons, and the people of Korea could reunify. And Donald Trump going to People's Korea was sabotaged. It was sabotaged by John Bolton and the neocons, the same forces that got us into Ukraine, the same forces that are escalating and pushing buttons against China and Taiwan on the Taiwan Strait, the same forces that want World War III sabotaged the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. We're here to say, finish what Trump started. We want peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. We want U.S. leaders and the leaders of People's Korea to sit down. We would like to see trade between the United States and People's Korea. We would like to see those railroads in South Korea that have been built. We'd like to see them in action and see the Korean people trading with each other. We don't want war. We don't want money wasted on international confrontations. And we also don't want a police state. And at the same time that the big bankers who control Joe Biden, the Silicon Valley monopolists and fascists, the same forces that control Joe Biden, are waging a war not just around the world, but against the American people. They are driving our country into poverty. Our trains are derailing. People are breathing in deadly chemicals. The water is not properly purified. Jobs are falling apart. Schools are falling apart. It's a nightmare. They have waged a war against us. And instead of rebuilding America, they're trying to move toward a low-wage police state. That's what they're doing here in the United States. They're trying to move toward a low-wage police state. We saw what happened, what's been revealed about January 6th. That was a setup. We saw that those people were led to do what they did for propaganda purposes. We call for an amnesty. We don't endorse what the people did, but they were enabled to do it and set up to do it by the American government. The FBI, the Secret Service, other agencies enabled what happened on January 6th to happen. Those folks were entrapped. And we say that until they're going to be honest with the public about what really happened on January 6th, there needs to be an amnesty for those who've been arrested. And the same goes for the Uhuru movement. A group of black revolutionaries, black activists, had guns pointed in their faces, drones flown into their homes. They were terrorized and accused of being Russian agents. Why? Because they were organizing for the rights of black people, organizing for the rights in their community, providing services that were not available in their community. They're waging a war against us. At the same time, they're waging a war against China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and any country that dares break out of their financial system. And it is our responsibility to oppose it and to join arm in arm with the people of the world against imperialism.
Nothing to gain. They are playing with our lives. They are playing with American lives. The way out is not war, it's peace and development. Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine!
Peace with Russia! Peace with China! Peace with Russia! Peace with China! It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un, that was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together if we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
We need more infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. Woo! Woo!
When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats because we understood that that was what was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed, and it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, hey, they zigzag, you know, they're always reversing themselves. You know, they do this and then they do that. Yeah, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, and every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done.
So I don't know if people are aware, but this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech. And all kinds of civil liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on, the charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement, is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, you know, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying, hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges.
Really there to promote Russian and North Korean foreign policies. She may not understand that, but she's being used by people like Dennis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin, who used to be in the Workers' World Party. She's on the...
To utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. That's right. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement!
So I don't know if people are aware, but this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech. And all kinds of civil liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on, the charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying, hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. 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 That's going to be tricky. We should have 2 flags, like a banner in one hand, a flag in the other, and then I need to put these on doors. You know what I mean? Okay. So 1 American flag, 1 Palestine flag, and then a banner between you. And then I'll be putting palm cards everywhere.
Here's, I guess, the question. I just found out.
Anyway. Okay. All right.
We got a guy in solidarity.
How's this? All right. So we're going to walk around a little bit here downtown. We're promoting a conference that's coming up, an anti-imperialist conference that's happening. Yeah, we're just going to take a walk here. All right, let's walk. How are you? Yeah! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We need jobs, schools, healthcare in America, not war. Not funding of Israeli crimes. Every single one of these missiles that is dropped on the Palestinians, that's money that's taken away from American teachers, from American firefighters, from American schools, American hospitals. Our government is letting this country fall apart while they spend more and more money on bombing and destroying the Palestinians. They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads. We are here saying money for American schools, money for American jobs, not for Israel, not for Israeli crimes, not weapons for Israel. Food and health care in this country, not war and destruction in another country. That's what we're here to say. We are here to say that the American people and their needs should come before the needs of the occupiers, of the Israelis. That's what we're here to say. That's what we are here to say today. Somebody else want to do what I'm doing? Want me to switch with one of you?
I'm good for just holding.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so we go.
Yeah, a couple blocks up.
Couple blocks up and around. And
yeah.
All right. Cool. I'm just trying to get palm cards out.
Getting ready to plop them on the cars?
Yeah. That's what we're doing. Because we need to get the banner stretched out so it's readable. Yeah. I think we may need to get in the street at some point when the traffic is stopped. Yeah. Free Palestine! We don't have enough money to money on Israeli atrocities and funding Israel's crimes against the Palestinians. We're here to oppose that. We're here to oppose that. Jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Sucks outside.
It does.
Go ahead, Noah, just a little bit. Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
What?
I got a super here.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Are you CUSA?
No, we're the Center for Political Innovation.
Okay.
Yeah. You should check us out. There's a couple of them. We're having a convention. It's our national convention. It's going to be on Saturday in Oregon City. So, a lot of people are coming to town, so it's going to be good. Good to meet you. My name's Caleb, by the way. What's your name? The weather's starting to slightly improve.
A little bit. It does look like there's a parking lot there.
I don't like it cold.
Money for jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel to murder Palestinians. We're out here saying jobs and schools here in America, not weapons for the Israeli murderers. That's what we're here to say. Absolutely. We're having a convention this weekend. We're out here saying free Palestine, free Palestine. We're here to say that this country could have a whole great future beyond imperialism. Beyond the rule of the big corporations and banks and monopolies, we can rebuild this country and make it into something beautiful. The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers. We are opposed to the system that spreads war and spreads destruction across the planet to enrich a small group of billionaire monopolies. And that includes backing up Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people. We are for a whole new society, a new America, where the working class controls the means of production, the banks, factories, and industries. A new America where human needs come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. A new America where innovation and scientific advances are being carried out and promoted. That's what we're for. A whole new America under the rule of working people. That's what we're out here to promote today.
Decolonizing the Starbucks here.
This is Starbucks. Decolonized Starbucks, eh?
We're having our national convention this weekend in Oregon City. Some great speakers are going to be there, and we are here to stand up. We believe we could have a new America beyond the rule of billionaires and bankers, beyond the rule of monopoly corporations.
Sorry.
A center for political innovation, jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine, solidarity with the people of the world in their struggle against imperialism. That's what we're out here to say. Join us. It's going to be a great event in Oregon City this weekend. Dare to struggle, dare to win. A world beyond imperialism. Money for jobs and schools in America, not for Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. Join us. Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be good. Let's roll. Let's roll.
The tank.
Jobs for America, not for Israel.
Hi.
Weapons for Israel should be a priority over American jobs and schools and healthcare. We need a whole new America for working families. Jobs, healthcare, and education, not crimes and bombing and destruction. That's what we are out here to say. Free Palestine. Stop the attacks on the Palestinian people. End the destruction of Gaza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Good times, huh?
You see that guy all mad about
You helped out
tankies?
with some internet shit.
Tankies.
Tankies.
Did he say Mildred?
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh my God, that's thought slime.
What he's talking about. Where this is real life. It's not his favorite internet show. So no one
He was whispering. No one else was caring. They were all just
Yeah, they're all just like, yeah, okay. I'm not.
He very much wanted to be the main character. He wanted that to be his moment that he got
I said
added
hi
to
to
the
him.
MCU.
We're out here
I go,
talking about-
hi.
We're all out here talking about Gaza and
Yeah.
talking about internet stuff. So it's going to be a great event this weekend. Check it out.
again, he wanted his entry into the Vouch CU or whatever.
All right.
Cinematic universe.
The destruction of Gaza, the murder of children being carried out by Israel right now is something we oppose. It is bad for the Palestinians. It is bad for the people of the world. It's also bad for America. We envision a whole new society beyond the rule of corporations and banks. An America for working families, people before profits. That's what we are out here to talk about here in Portland, Oregon. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Hands off the Palestinians!
Hey folks, so the right-wing YouTube channel PragerU made a video supposedly addressing the question, who was Karl Marx? Now there's so many things in this video that are just wildly inaccurate and incorrect, I don't really know where to begin. But I'm going to go over just a few of the wildly inaccurate statements in this video.
And controls pretty much everything. This notion was widely discussed and debated in European intellectual circles during Marx's lifetime, but nothing much came of it until Vladimir Lenin took power in Russia in 1917.
Not much happened in relation to Marxism after Karl Marx's death until the Russian Revolution, they say. They say it was discussed in intellectual circles. Really? Really? How about the fact that progressive laws were passed all across Europe as Marxist-led movements and political parties demanded things like, 8-hour workdays and progressive legislation? How about the fact that in the United States, Marxists were key in the struggle to overturn slavery? I mean, Marxism, between Marx's death and the Russian Revolution, did all kinds of things. It was one of the biggest mass movements that had ever been seen, especially in Western Europe. Huge social democratic parties and labor parties were formed, unions were formed in factories. Later in the video, he goes on to point out that in the aftermath of Marx's life, the standard of living went up across Europe. And he seems to ignore that that was because there was a huge Marxist movement building labor unions, building progressive organizations, demanding people's rights, fighting against the bosses, and winning these things. He makes it sound like nobody believed in Marxism. No one thought about Marxism except they were talking about it in intellectual circles. Until the Russian Revolution. That is ridiculous. Until the Russian Revolution, the Marxist movement was biggest in Germany, actually. The German Social Democratic Party, led by Karl Kautsky. There were figures like Edward Bernstein. All across Europe, there was a vast Marxist movement that was key in fighting for the right to vote, fighting for the rights of workers on the job, fighting for the rights of women. How in the world can he say that it was just kind of discussed in intellectual circles until 1917? That is just completely outrageous that he would even say that. He should be embarrassed. This man calls himself a professor of political science. Does he not know where one of the main political parties in Germany, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, originated? Has he never heard of the British Labour Party? Does he know where they came from? But nobody did anything about Marxism. Nobody. Not the Fabian Society, not the Chartist movement, not the labor movement. None of that. Nothing happened. Nothing. Nothing. They were just talking about it in intellectual circles until 1917. How does anyone take him seriously? Marxism was one of the biggest political movements Europe has ever seen, and it was very, very, very widespread and popular long before the Russian Revolution.
Wherever Marx's ideas were practiced, life got worse. Not by a little, but by a lot. There is not a single exception to this rule. Not the Soviet Union, not Eastern Europe, not China, not North Korea, not Vietnam, not Cuba, not Venezuela, not Bolivia, not Zimbabwe. Wherever Marxism goes, economic collapse, terror, and famine follow.
At the time of the Russian Revolution, Russia was a very, very impoverished country. It had an agrarian economy. Most of the country didn't have running water. Most of the country was illiterate, about 65% illiteracy. Most of the country did not have electricity. By 1936, the Soviet Union had become a world industrial power. They had electrified the entire country. They had provided every person with running water. They had wiped out illiteracy. They had universal employment. Villages that had been huts, where people were living in like primitive conditions, were replaced with modern housing units where everyone had running water and electricity. In 1936, just shortly after the Russian Revolution, just 2 decades after the Russian Revolution, the Soviet Union was producing more steel than any other country in the entire world. In 1936, the Soviet Union had the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnieper Dam. The life expectancy vastly improved. The population for the first time had access to education. they had running water, they had electricity, they had access to medical care, but he says that it made life worse. You can criticize the Soviet Union all you want, there were problems there. We're not talking human rights here, we're just talking by objective measure. He says that it made life worse in the Soviet Union and everywhere else. Made life worse. Compare Russia in 1936, after it had fully industrialized with socialism and the 5-year plans of Stalin. Compare it to 1917. By no objective measure is that in any way the case. Living conditions had vastly improved. The standard of living had vastly risen. I mean, and this wasn't just something that communists were saying. Look at the Time magazine articles. Read the New York Times from that period. Read how even like right-wingers were going over there and marveling about it. The whole world was actually blown away by what the Soviet Union was achieving during the 1930s. So for him to say that it made life worse just shows that he's completely out of touch with reality. And he talks about China. You know, he says, oh, and it just made life worse in China too. Really? Really? Let's talk about China. In 1949, there was not a single steel mill in China. Today, half the steel in the entire world is produced in the state-run steel industry in China. The Chinese Communist Party has lifted 700 million people out of poverty. Today, the world tourism industry is having a boom because people whose ancestors, you know, parents and grandparents were peasants who were illiterate and malnourished are now going on vacation to New York City and Paris and London. I mean, the achievements of both the Russian Revolution in terms of making the Soviet Union into a world industrial superpower, the achievements of the Chinese Revolution are vast. How does this man say this with a straight face? I don't understand how someone can say such wildly inaccurate things. I mean, any economic textbook can show you what was achieved in both the Soviet Union and China. At the beginning of the 20th century, Russia and China were deeply poor countries. Today, Russia and China are global superpowers. China has the second largest economy in the world. I don't know how anyone can say this. I mean, this is just outrageous that he can even get away with this. You know, he talks about Cuba. Well, compare the way Cubans live to the way people live in Haiti or the Dominican Republic or other developing countries around the world. You can criticize these countries all you want, but to say that it made life worse, that's just wildly inaccurate. Nobody would say that Cubans' living conditions were better under Batista before 1959 than they are today. Nobody would say that. Nobody would say that. In no objective measure did the conditions get worse. In fact, the Cuban healthcare system is studied all over the world for its achievements. You know, I mean, unbelievable that he can get away with this. But let's get to another part of the video.
So, if cataclysmic failure, meaning terrible human suffering, is the inevitable legacy of Marxism, why do so many people, and now especially young people, defend it? The most common answer Marxism's advocates offer is that they, whoever they are, Lenin, Stalin, Chavez, never really practiced Marxism. They all somehow got it wrong.
Now, this is interesting because he's correct. Now, most people in the USA and in Western Europe who call themselves Marxists will do that. They'll just say, oh, it wasn't real socialism. And you know why that is? Because they're cowards. And because Marxism, the Marxist movement, at this point is largely tied to academia. If you are a Marxist, one of the places for you to get employment is at universities. And if you want to be a Marxist at a university, you can get a grant to write a book about white privilege. You can get a grant to write a book about transgender oppression. But if you write a book challenging the narrative regarding the history of the 20th century and the socialist countries, you're not going to get a grant to publish it, and they're not going to have anything to do with it. Why? Because the universities largely depend on grants and foundations provided by the Rockefellers and the Ford Foundation and lots of very, very well-funded capitalist institutions that do not want to hear this. They have no problem with the cultural side of Marxism. They think gay rights is great. They think that, you know, that women's liberation is great. They have no problem with, you know, the kind of cultural critique. But when you start defending alternatives to capitalism, they have a big problem with it. But I wanted to go on to another thing that he said in this video. This is another thing he says about Karl Marx.
Marx spent his days in the reading room of the British Museum, researching and writing. Although he was obsessed with the term scientific, he was never able to marshal data to prove his theories. There's a good reason for this. There was no data to prove his theories. For all his time in the library, Marx couldn't find any evidence to suggest that capitalism, the free exchange of goods and services through privately owned business, was a passing phase.
No data. Has this man ever opened the book Capital? Has he ever opened it? I mean, the book is full of statistics from the British Museum, statistics about the production of cotton, the production of steel, the production, all kinds of economic statistics throughout the book. It's a dense text. I mean, has this man ever even opened it? To say that Marx never relied on any data, I mean, what a lunatic. I mean, how does this man get away with saying these kind of things? I don't know how he gets away with this. No data. Really, open the book Capital. It's available. You can get it at most bookstores, most libraries. Open the book Capital and see if it has no data in it. I challenge you. The book is full of statistics.
Since few people give up their liberties and property voluntarily, creating a Marxist state has always required guns, prisons, and summary executions. Marx's many disciples from Lenin on never considered this a problem.
Here we go again. Now, he insists that Marxists believe in violent revolution. Well, actually, if you'll look at how these Marxist revolutions have happened, it wasn't the Marxists who favored a violent revolution. For example, he talks about China, the Chinese Revolution. The communists wanted, at the end of the Second World War, to have a coalition government with the nationalists and the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek. They favored a coalition government. And the KMT, the Nationalist Party of China, which was aligned with the United States, would not allow the communists to participate in the elections. He says that communists don't believe that they can ever take power peacefully. In Chile, in 1973, Salvador Allende took power peacefully. He was elected. And the response was the CIA removing him. The United States backed Augusto Pinochet to be very, very violent. And the Venezuelan government, the Bolivarian government of Venezuela came to power peacefully. Chavez was elected in 1999, and he peacefully took power and in 2003 began moving the country towards socialism. In Bolivia, Evo Morales, the Marxist president, was elected peacefully. You know, actually reading the writings of Lenin, the writings of Stalin, the writings of, other leaders, you can see a strong critique of what they call left adventurism or punchism. Communists always favor peaceful means of taking power. However, the capitalists, in order to preserve their wealth, tend to be very, very violent and get rid of any democratic institution in order to preserve their power. So this notion that communists favor violence or violent revolution is simply false. If you look at it, in so many instances, you can see communists are the ones that are trying to peacefully transform the society, and then the capitalists are violent to them and they defend themselves. That's almost how every single revolution in the history of Marxism has gone down. Grove City College should be embarrassed to have this man as a professor. This man thinks nothing happened in relation to Marxism except intellectual circles discussed it between Marx's death in 1917. This man does not understand that vast living standard achievements took place in the Soviet Union, China, and other countries. This man does not understand that the Marxist movement has vastly debated and discussed the issue of rejecting left adventurism and punchism and favoring a peaceful transition to socialism. This man doesn't know any of that, and he calls himself a professor of political science. This man is teaching young people about Marxism when he has absolutely no understanding of Marxism himself. This man thinks that the book Capital does not have any statistics in it. Grove City College should be embarrassed to have this man on the faculty.
And to build, that's what they remember about communism. In Cuba, people don't remember Fidel Castro coming to power and executing lots of people from the old regime and stadiums full of people cheering as the old regime is executed. People don't remember those as good years. The people who love Fidel Castro love him for building a healthcare system. They love him for paving the roads and teaching literacy. And they love him for the good things he did to bring people together. They love Fidel Castro for the Christian aspect of what he did, not for the libidinal release, the destructive aspect of what he did. And the strength of socialism around the world is its ability to construct and to build community and to bring people together. And the left, the libidinal release, that energy that comes out of the French Revolution that says, burn it down, tear it down, that gives people permission to be angry. You angry? You angry? You angry? You can be angry. Go tear something down, but go destroy. That wrecker energy, it's no longer in the hands of communists. That's in the hands of the imperialists. That's in the hands of George Soros. That's in the hands of Facebook and Twitter. They're the ones that have that wrecker energy. The left aesthetic is now the property of the imperialists. And the socialist countries of the world, in a way, you could argue that they're conservative because they offer stability to their population. They offer protection from the chaos and the turbulence of the market, from unemployment. The socialist countries of the world offer people a world where human beings matter, where people are not simply a mere financial calculation. And they offer a society where people feel an obligation to each other. They are standing up against the philosophical irrationalism that comes out of the West, which is really the logical conclusion of what called itself left. But communism has matured beyond that. Left was a stage communism had to go through. Because there was so much corruption that was there first, communism had to be left. It had to be destructive. It had to mobilize the peasantry against the landlords. That was necessary. But now the idols have been swept away. And now we can connect with the higher truth that was there. And now we can bring truth and justice back into the world. And socialism has matured beyond the left, while the dying, decaying old system does its best to hold on to what's left and use it to try and fend off the brave new world that's emerging. And those are my thoughts on the topic of faith and socialism, and I hope to hear a lot of interesting discussion after this. All right, so now we know what this is. This is the Chinese flag. But it has a particular meaning, and this is what we need to remember. These 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The block of 4 classes. And it was the peasants, it was the workers, it was the middle peasants, those are like small farmers, people who owned their own land, and it was the national capitalists. And the Communist Party unified all of them. And that's what this big star here, that stands for the Communist Party. And the Trotskyites and the ultra-left elements, they looked at the Chinese Revolution when they were victorious in 1949, and they said, well, that's not real communism. That's not real Marxism. Marxism is a dictatorship of the proletariat, and you're talking about a block of 4 classes. That's not real. That doesn't count. But the Chinese communists, they had a response. And what was their response? And they said, well, China, the majority of our population are peasants, and the main contradiction is imperialism. So we have created a block of 4 classes. But it is real socialism because it is led by the Communist Party. And they said the Communist Party has a proletarian ideology. Proletarian ideology. You guys can sit down now. Where does the word proletarian come from? Well, we have to go back to ancient Rome, don't we? Does anyone know what the word proletarian literally means? It actually literally means one who has children. That is the definition of a proletarian. That's really what it means. The class, the ones who procreate. And the reason that was the term used for certain people in ancient Rome is in Rome you had slave owners and you had slaves, and the proletarians were neither slaves nor masters. And all they had were their children. They didn't own any land, they didn't own any property, but no one else owned them. They were the class that had nothing but their children. The only way they could have property is if they had children. Your children were considered to be part of your property. And the proletariat had never existed before until ancient Rome. You know, in other societies, you have slaves, you have masters, you have serfs, you have landowners. There'd never been a proletariat before. And that's why when great kings from all over the world, when Cleopatra and others visited Rome, they were shocked because they knew that Rome was the capital of the world. This was the capital of the modern world, the center of this global empire. But they would see homeless people on the streets. They would say, how can this be? How can this be? Well, that's because when you have proletarians, you have homeless people. Because if the proletarian can't sell their labor, they can't survive. And so this great city had a big problem of all these crowds of desperately poor and homeless people. And Julius Caesar, part of the way he built up his power is he became a champion of the proletariat. And he started passing laws to help the proletariat and things like that. And that's part of why he was killed. This is what you have to remember about Rome. See, back in Rome, we understand, they had the polytheism, where they believed in different gods. And the way Rome was set up was that every section of society, they had their own rites and religious practices. The navy of Rome, they worshiped the god Neptune, and they had a special temple for the god of the ocean, Neptune, and they had special rituals that only sailors would engage in because they were worshiping the god Neptune. There were parts of the military that worshiped Mars, who was the god of war, and they had certain ceremonies they would engage in, and these were called the mystery cults, right? It was based on your profession. You prayed to a certain god, you engaged in certain rituals. There were certain teachings that you learned as you became, if you were a sailor for a few more years, you'd learn more about the legend of Neptune and his life. And these were called the mystery religions, the mystery cults. This is how Rome was set up, as they had this. And as the proletariat in Rome started organizing and started withholding their labor and saying to the employers, you know, the pipe fitters and the bricklayers, they started to develop their own mystery religion. A lot of them were from Greece. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And when they would get together and organize as the proletariat, they started to worship their own God. And they started to have their own mystery religion, if you will call it that. And they started to worship Jesus the carpenter. This is a historical fact. Go read The Foundations of Christianity by Karl Kautsky. Christianity as a religion began as the political expression of the Roman proletariat. That's what it began as. The proletarians were asserting their rights and fighting back against their employers. They developed their own mystery religion. They worshipped a craftsman just like they were. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And they began to organize and to fight for the rights of the proletariat. And, as we know, back in ancient Rome, the Romans were not particularly thrilled about this, you know, and that Christians were being persecuted, etc. But after the Christians continued, and after so many of them had been fed to lions, and so many of them had been burned at the stake, and it still existed, there started to be some within the Roman ruling elite who started to say, well, you know, maybe there's parts of this Christianity thing that we can co-opt for ourselves. You know, we have this problem with homeless children. These Christians, they build orphanages. So maybe we could like find some good Christians to build orphanages and deal with this homeless children problem, you know? And all over the empire, you know, we have all these people fighting against us. And when they rally against us, they always have their own God they rally around. But these Christians, they believe in only one God. So we could outlaw all the other gods and just have one God. And so you saw Christianity being co-opted and adjusted and taken from being a revolutionary movement and turned into a mechanism for stabilizing the empire. And the Christians, when the early Christians were talking, they were talking about how one day Jesus was going to return and he was going to tear down the empire. And they were going to create a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And those who were loyal reigned for 1,000 years. However, as Christianity was getting watered down and adjusted, it started to become, well, you know, you should obey the Roman Empire because, you know, look ahead to the next life. Think about the next life, you know, be obedient and submissive. And Christianity was being watered down and adjusted to serve the needs of the Roman Empire. And if you think about it, that's a lot like something that's happened to our movement. There are elements that have taken socialism, the movement of the proletariat, and turned it into a mechanism for trying to stable their empire. You know, I mean, you think about Jesus Christ. How would Jesus Christ feel if he returned now to see a church with a Ukrainian flag supporting the neo-Nazis in it? But then, dare I go there?
Go there.
How would Lenin or Stalin or William Z. Foster or Gus Hall feel if they saw the disgraceful organization that calls itself the Communist Party USA? So much evil is being done in the name of our movement right now. What began as a movement to liberate the proletariat and destroy empires has been hijacked as a mechanism for trying to stabilize their empire. And people say, well, Caleb, don't be sectarian, don't be divisive, don't talk about this. We have a responsibility to talk about this. We have absolutely a responsibility to talk about this. If you want to read some angry writing, go and read the writings of Vladimir Lenin when World War I was breaking out. Because World War I would not have happened if it weren't for socialists who sold out and let it happen. And if the socialist movement had stuck to its principles and said, we'll never send workers to kill other workers, World War I wouldn't have happened. But they sold out, they abandoned their principles, and 20 million workers were sent to their deaths. And if you read Lenin's writings, this is what he says. Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat is following or will follow the social chauvists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle, and it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper to the real masses. Amen. This is the whole meaning and the whole purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that they are vehicles for bourgeois ideas and influences, that they are really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie, we teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism and for the revolution, all through the long and painful vicissitudes of imperialist war and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the world labor movement is to explain to the masses the inevitability and the necessity of breaking with opportunism, and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism, to utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement! Out of the movement!
While we're winding down this panel, we've got one thing left. It's a dramatic performance. We'd like to bring up everybody who's involved in that. And after that, we have got our dinner break, and we will reconvene after that. So you guys come on up.
Evening, everyone. How's everyone doing still? Fantastic. This is a little dramatization of a little story from a book called Labor's Untold Story. We picked this because the language in it was very poetic, thank you. Language in it is very poetic, and it tells a very simple little story. And all it is just a little passage that we took from it. So we hope you enjoy. Men and women struggled alone at first, viewing their plight as personal, private disasters with a slow, dreadful panic rising up within them. Such was the position of Peter Grossop, a working-class man with a habit of comfortable silence. A skilled cabinet maker, he had worked for 26 years at the Tonti Customer Furniture Company in a Midwestern city of 300,000, until he was laid off on January 1st, 1930. He had always regarded himself and his life with quiet satisfaction. He liked what was his. He liked his on which he owed only $1,800 on the first mortgage. And he liked his wife and 2 children, both attending university. Those times after supper in his easy chair were the times he liked best. He never said much, but he'd rattle open the Daily Record and read. A lot of sense that paper made. A man got what he earned. You got more out of life than what you put into it. After such a thought, he'd spy his wife, Fanny, and her work-roughened fingers and turn them round so that he could see the plain band on her finger. He had given her that ring 23 years earlier. He liked that ring. And that's the way evenings had been before he had been fired on January 1st, 1930. 18 months later, in the summer of 1931, they weren't much like that. Mr. Grossop still sat in his easy chair, but he sat there all day now, turning things over in his mind, trying to see where he had made his mistake. Maybe if he had gone into electrical engineering, something with a future, things would not have gone this way. It hadn't been so bad at first. Sometimes he would leave the house all dressed up in his best, and then he'd walk fast with his back very straight, his face carefully held to bright alertness, trying to look as if he were hurrying to a business appointment. But he always ended up at the park. He had $312 in the First National Bank when he was laid off. If it hadn't been for payments on the mortgage, $58.50 a month, it would have lasted longer. He had hated to part with his watch and was always groping for it. It gave him an empty feeling, just like his vacant pocket when his hand reached in for what wasn't there. He'd received only $15 for it, and Fanny had received even less for her wedding ring. "Trying to make a fool out of me?" he asked. "Pawning your very own wedding ring? I suppose you'd wish you'd married somebody else." Seemed like he'd fly off the handle for just about anything nowadays. Like when she asked him, why didn't he go out and go for a walk? And he went god-damming around. The man couldn't stay in his own house without being driven out. He could hear his wife stirring in the kitchen, making the small rustling noises of a mouse, as if she were afraid that any louder noise might irritate him. The house was very still now. No money, and the man of the house just sitting there doing nothing. For the last 6 months, notices had been coming from the bank about the lapsed mortgage payments. Any day now. Any day now. He couldn't let himself complete the thought. The Daily Record, of course, was right when it pointed out that no one with get up and go, no one with real initiative and enterprise was on relief. Going down to the county release office had been the worst. He had to stand in line with black workers and foreigners and people ragged enough to be bums. As a taxpayer and a solid citizen, he never believed in the dole. Sure, he was a union man, but the AFL didn't believe in it either. Well, he hadn't gone there until Fanny and him had been hungry. He had tried to explain to the social worker at the county relief office that his case was different. He wasn't a bum. And that when he got on his feet again, but he had just given him a tired smile, meant to be friendly, but seemingly mocking to Mr. Grossop before saying, "Next." It was hard for two people to live on $12 a month. If he could only borrow some money for the mortgage. He called the bank, but they said it was too late now. The case was in the courts. There would be a judgment any day now. His wife was standing in the kitchen door, looking right at him. He pretended not to see her. "Peter," she said, I just have to talk with you." He still wouldn't look at her. There was nothing to talk about. "Peter, we just have to do something." "Do something? Do you think I sit here because I like to?" Mrs. Grossop's mouth quivered. "Peter, you never used to talk to me that way." He glared at her, but she did not retreat, but eyed him firmly. "I had been talking to Mrs. Flaherty next door. She says if you go down to the unemployment council, we wouldn't be evicted." Mr. Grossop was honestly shocked. "Go down to that bunch of communists? I'd die first. We've got to do something. The sheriff will be here any day now." In this excitement, Mr. Grossop rose up with a grand stance alone, saying, "The Daily Record, the Daily Record says that bunch is communistic. They can take my house," he said, and his voice broke wearily, "but I ain't taking no help from any communist." They came the next day. Mr. Grossop couldn't believe it. Even as they began taking down the beds, clumping through the house, moving the old sofa out into the street, he still couldn't believe it. He was being robbed, and he was all alone. There was no one who could help him. There was no police to call on because they were the ones doing it. Or at least, it was a single deputy sheriff. Mr. Grossop, like a troubled shadow, followed the deputy in and out, grabbing at furniture that he thought might fall or might be scratched. Out on the street, he stood bewildered, surrounded by the property which he had made his days. The deputy was speculatively examining some of Mrs. Grossop's best linen. Neighbors were standing around, but Mr. Grossop could not meet their sympathy or even know it was that. Coming to the door, tottering in the grasp of a single deputy who found it hard to grasp securely, was his easy chair. As Mr. Grossop ran to help, the deputy stumbled and the chair crashed down on the steps. "My God," Mr. Grossop cried, "you can't do that!" He was conscious of a neighbor plucking at his sleeve, trying to speak to him, but his outrage was so intense that he did not answer him. The deputy was standing on the porch, now looking at the group of men and women who had suddenly appeared. A young bearded man, apparently in charge, stood next to Mr. Grossop. "Good God," Mr. Grossop cried again, trying to fit right his chair and restore the big leather cushion. "You can't treat a man's property that way." He looked around, his face twitching. His neighbor pulled at him again and said, "We're from the unemployment council, and we want to help." "Well, my God," screamed Mr. Grossop, "if you want to help, do something then." The bearded young man looked briefly at the 5 deputies on the porch and then at his 30 unemployed. "Move it back," he asked. In an instant, Mr. Grossop's very eyes, all of his prized possessions, his easy chair, even the big refrigerator, the bedpost, the pictures, everything was streaming back into his home. The neighbors began grabbing pots and pans and mattresses and stumbling a little and laughing wildly and calling out in exciting tones, clubbing onto the porch and onto the house. Mr. Grossop never knew what happened. It was a happy blur. He had his home again. He had his strength. He had his friends. His chair was put back in his place. His wife seemed to have suddenly grown younger. Someone was making coffee and sandwiches in the kitchen. It was like a party. Everyone was shouting and laughing. Mr. Grossop shook hands with at least 24 men he had never met before. The bold and brazen leader of the unemployed, Hugh Henderson, a sandwich in his hand, was making a speech from the front porch. Mr. Grossop also found himself making a speech. After a life of hard work, he said, taking a man's home, it ain't right. They put my chair, everything, out into the street. Worked hard all my life. It ain't right. There were some cheers. Some of the crowd went away. We'll stay a while, Mr. Henderson said, to be sure the police won't come back. A great tension and awful loneliness was slowly sleeping away from Mr. Grossop's veins. He hadn't known how miserable he had been. A man couldn't do anything by himself. He hadn't known how many people had been going through the same thing he had. Something had happened to him. He felt as if he had broken from the prison of his baffled self. No longer did he sit in his home all day. Still, there were times on the picket line, or as he helped to move someone else's furniture back in, that he wondered at the tight little intern man that he had once been. And it hadn't been much fun. Good job, Roger. Good job.
Dare to struggle!
Dare to win!
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 Handicapped, she has to be on oxygen about every day.
She has senior citizens handicapped. She has a daughter handicapped.
That doesn't mean anything to them. They have the house.
Mortgage or whatever.
How long has it been, if you don't mind me asking, has it been since you made a house payment? Because we want to know what their okay, my house is paid off. Okay. And the mortgage made one last
come together. When all the different grassroots organizations have to come together. This is a shame. We can't let this happen.
I am going to talk to you, if you don't mind.
Moratorium now.
Daughter?
Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now. Moratorium now.
Okay. You give us maybe more details about it. Do you feel like she has handled the mortgage when I talk to her?
I'm the daughter of Ruby Carpenter. She did have an adjustable rate arm, which did continue to rise. However, the house went into foreclosure. no repeated. She said, well, if I give them more time, will you object? He said, yes, I will. In the hallway, the attorney told me, you better stop filing stuff or you will be paying my attorney fees.
Lay down. Is there some underlying, why do they want this house?
The judge asked them if they had a buyer for the house, and they said no. One of the attorneys that I had actually said that he was told, they said they didn't want the money from a reverse mortgage, they didn't want the money from any of our family members, they want the house back. Even if they got the house back and sold it for $5,000, they want the house back. They said we just need to go. It doesn't make sense to have the money to pay it off, and they're not accepting it. I know that they can do it because there's another incident that just recently occurred. I was part of it, and I helped get the person a 2-week extension from trial to trial. This happened yesterday, so I know they could have done it. My mom only needed at most 1 day, if that. She would not have needed that had they provided the payoff in a timely fashion from trial to trial. So they have just been nasty to it, and the answer has always been no.
What's your name?
Nancy Pearl.
How do you spell that?
And I take that out. Thank you so much.
There's no response for the public officials. Nobody, absolutely nobody responds to it.
What is that?
My name is Debbie Williams, and I'm a social worker.
Thank you.
And I'm telling you right now, the bank, they are...
I gotta tell you, the 100th anniversary of the Russian Revolution just happened. And there's a lot of eulogizing of that time going on across the United States right now and across the world. People were all kind of giving homage. People behaved very heroically during the Russian Revolution. But if you look at what was going on at that point, I mean, that was a kill or be killed situation. People were starving to death. People were miserable. I don't want things to get to that point in the United States of America. You know, when you're 15, you want to be Che Guevara, you want to, be a hero, what's one thing? But in reality, I don't want anything like that to happen. I want to save this country from some kind of violent catastrophe. I don't want us ever to get in a situation where those kind of events are going on. Things were quite hard during that time period. We don't want to get there. No rational person wants to live through events like that, where you have death on that large of a scale and that many people that are suffering and dying. Let's be clear about that. Let's be rational. The glorification of violence, that's something that every serious revolutionary has always rejected. Punchism, adventurism, ultra-leftism. Serious revolutionaries, they don't glorify that kind of thing. And you can read that. Revolutions, violent revolutions are kill or be killed situations where people have no choice. When people are forced to take up arms, they have no choice. They're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their communities. It's a nightmarish situation that none of us want to be involved in. We want to save our country. We want to get to the point that we can have a decent society. This document was written at a time the Chinese Communist Party had a very different way of operating. Mao's writing about the peasants, but at the time this document was written, the Chinese Communist Party focused almost exclusively on the people in the cities. They got their orders from Moscow, from the Communist International, and they were operating in the cities, and they were functioning kind of as a wing of the nationalist KMT movement in China. And that's what they were doing. And Mao went to the Hunan province, and he wrote this document. And this document is actually kind of a wild polemic. If you read it, there's a lot of really, really fiery rhetoric, a lot of anger, not at the government, not at society, but at his own comrades. He's yelling at them almost. I'm going to read you some of what else he wrote. He wrote, "When the masses are in motion, there are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to choose quickly." If your revolutionary viewpoint is firmly established, if you've been to villages and looked around, you will undoubtedly feel thrilled as never before. Countless thousands of the enslaved peasants are striking down enemies who have battened their flesh. This change that is taking place now is an important factor in the completion of the revolution. Every revolutionary comrade must support it, or he will be walking and taking a stand of counter-revolution. Now, he writes these words. You can hear just the burning anger, because no one was more Chinese than Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was Chinese up and down. He was the walking incarnation, and he knew that the Chinese Revolution was not going to come from the 1 or 2% of the population that was based in the cities. It was going to come from the 90% that were operating in the countryside. And the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party didn't want to hear that because they were too busy obeying the orders of folks in Moscow who told them to do something else. Well, you know, history has a way of operating, as we know. A few months after this document was written, Chiang Kai-shek and the Nationalist Party changed their position, were no longer aligned with the Chinese Communist Party, started killing all the communists. So then the communists had to flee. And where did they flee, of course? They fled to the countryside, and pretty soon Mao was leading the Chinese Communist Party. And the interesting thing about it is, numerous times throughout the 1930s, Moscow tried to fire Mao as the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Many times they wrote letters saying, you know, we've appointed somebody else to run the party, and they just ripped that up, right? Mao was the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, and that's how it was. And it was the peasants that made the revolution in China. And that's the reality. That's what happened. But when Mao wrote this document, he was a voice crying out in the wilderness. He was speaking the truth and speaking common sense, and he was doing it at a time where people just didn't want to hear it. And that's what's so beautiful, and that's why that document is considered one of Mao's most important essays. That's why it's studied all over China now, is because this was a turning point. He took the Chinese Revolution in the direction that ultimately led to the victory of socialism in China. Now, folks, I had a grandfather who was a huge baseball fan. Right? Anyone know I have a relative who was just really into baseball? They just love baseball. My grandfather was a huge baseball fan. In fact, he used to call me Slats. He'd be like, hey, Slats, how you doing there? Good to see you, Slats. I didn't realize this. Apparently this is a reference to some 1950s shortstop or catcher or something like that. I didn't know that. But he loved baseball. But yeah, my grandfather in a room with another big baseball fan, they'd be sitting there, and pretty soon they'd be talking about statistics that I couldn't understand. They'd be talking about dates and players and names we've never heard of. People call that inside baseball. You know, it's the kind of thing where if you're not part of that little subculture, you don't really understand it. It doesn't make any sense to you. Inside baseball, right? If you're not part of this little enclave of people, you don't really understand it. No one likes to listen to inside baseball. If you're not part of the little community where people are using these words and phrases, you just kind of feel left out, and it kind of doesn't make you feel well to hear what they call inside baseball. Well, I'm going to work very hard to make sure that this next part of my presentation is not inside baseball. Now, they've done polls. People have probably seen these polls. They say about 30% of the U.S. public believes in socialism at this point, right? 30%. Among millennials, it's actually about 50%. We got plenty of socialist groups in the United States. Like we got the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the International Socialist Organization. We got the RCP and the ISO and the QWH and the XYZ and the GW. I mean, we got more parties than you can imagine, right? We got more parties than you can possibly imagine. And we don't just have parties. We got a lot of leagues, right? We got committees. We got internationals, right? There's about 5 4th internationals. There's a 5th international. Maybe there's going to be a 6th or an 8th or a 12th international. Right? We got loads of socialist groups. But forgive me if I'm stepping on toes here, but let's be real. None of these groups mean jack shit. Sorry, I hate to tell you that. I hate to be a bit of a jerk, but it's the reality, right? None of these groups really mean anything. You know, not only did I go to the World Festival of Youth and Students with Alex and Dakota and others, this recent one, but one of the most meaningful experiences that I ever had was going to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Quito, Ecuador in 2013. But at that time, I was part of a smaller, irrelevant socialist group, but I got to go to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Ecuador. And at that point, you know, I got to meet with people from around the world, people who called themselves socialists, communists, and revolutionaries. They were a lot different than the socialists and communists and revolutions in the United States. I mean, I met with folks from Angola, folks from Zimbabwe, folks from Venezuela, folks from India, Russia, China, places like that. And these folks were just a completely different breed than the folks that I was working with in the United States. It was like night and day. In the United States, if you believe in socialism, you basically have two choices. Two choices, right? On the one hand, you can be burning the American flag, selling lots of newspapers, and screaming about Trotsky, and be irrelevant, and be just somebody that most of American society looks at and just says, I'm just going to go the other way. Or, to be fair, you have another option. Now, the other option is you can be in groups that function within their local Democratic Party clubs, folks who watch MSNBC religiously, and when it gets down to it, socialism is something they talk about once a year, on May Day, maybe they read some Marx. When it gets down to it, they're urging the Bernie-crats to just shut up and vote for Hillary and calm down, and at the end of the day, they're just functioning as Democrats, and maybe socialism is just something they put on the back burner. Those are your two options. That's what you can be if you can be a socialist. You can be irrelevant and extreme, or you can just kind of give up on your ideals and function as part of a party that you don't believe in, but hold on to socialism is something you put on the back burner. Those are your two choices, right? But when I met with socialists from Ecuador, and socialists from Venezuela, and socialists from India, socialists from China, Vietnam, places like that, I was meeting with folks that didn't fit either of these categories. Now, these folks were serious revolutionaries. You could talk to them up and down about Marx and Lenin, and they could tell you in depth, in great detail, about how they were working to try and build socialism in their country. And these folks, in addition to being dedicated and serious and very dedicated to what they believed in, these folks were also not irrelevant. They had seats in parliament. They had huge swaths of territory they controlled. In some places like Vietnam and in China and Angola, they were actually running the government. They were the ruling party. These people weren't irrelevant extremists, and they weren't sellouts and phonies. They were actually leading their country and trying to develop, make their country wealthier. And that was kind of a surprise for me. Now, I was always taught, that in a setting like this, you never really want to talk about yourself, right? No one came here tonight because they want to hear some white male go on about his own life. That's not why you're here, so I'll be very brief. I'm originally from Ohio. Grew up in a very small town, about 10,000 people. And it's a very Republican town, almost entirely white. And, I remember, one thing that I remember very distinctly is there were certain people in my town who every day they wore shirts with religious slogans on them. This one kid had a shirt that said, "Caution, God at work, do not proceed without a Bible." This other kid had a shirt with a bloody nail on it. It's like, his life was not pointless and neither is yours, And I used to hate these kids. I'd be like, do they have to preach at us every day? Like, what is the problem, Well, I look back on myself and kind of being annoyed with these religious shirts, and I feel kind of guilty because I realized the reason that these kids were wearing religious shirts every day, it wasn't because they wanted to preach at me. It was because these were the only shirts they had. Their parents could get these shirts for free at the local evangelical Christian churches. And so that's what they were wearing. There were a lot of kids in my town who grew up in trailers. I grew up thinking that I was rich because both of my parents had college degrees and they were both working. I never remember them being unemployed throughout my childhood. And, I'll tell you, I discovered all of this on my own. I first read the Communist Manifesto when I was in 5th grade. It was at the local library where my mom worked. I read it. I did not understand it, but the tone of it appealed to me. Workers of the world unite. I was excited about it, And I started getting involved in more socialist and revolutionary groups when I was in college. And when the financial crisis hit, when the financial crisis came, I was there. I was just like, this is it. This proves it, right? The economy of the United States needs to be reorganized to serve the public. The time has come. We need to go out and organize. The polls were coming out. People were upset with capitalism. It was time to go. I was finished with college. I was living in Cleveland. And the folks in this socialist group I was in were just always telling me, calm down, Caleb, calm down. It's not, it's not the end of the world. Come to a rally every so often, but you got to chill out. Get another hobby or something. Go to a rally every so often, but you don't have to give yourself to this. You don't have to be so passionate. I just thought that was so odd. And I'll never forget, and the reason I'll never forget is because it was my birthday, December 30th, 2010. I packed up very few of my belongings that I had, some clothes, some old socialist books, packed them into a suitcase. I came to this city on a Greyhound bus, December 30th, 2010. And those were hard times before I moved to New York City. I remember, I was always working in gas stations. I am just not a very good gas station attendant. I have absolute respect for folks who can do those jobs well. I am not one of those people. I just couldn't do it. I remember selling my blood plasma on the east side of Cleveland. And I would think, this used to be, this prosperous center of the steel industry. And here, every day, there's a line, hundreds of people lined up to sell their blood plasma to get an extra $30 for the week, right? And that's what capitalism has done. But regardless, those were not good times. I came to this city on a Greyhound bus. You know, a lot has happened since 2010, right? Occupy Wall Street has happened. I've traveled the world. I've been to Iran. I've been to Venezuela. I've been to Russia. I gave a speech in Brazil to thousands of union workers about how Wall Street is manipulating the oil prices and was dropping the oil prices to hurt independent countries around the world. I participated in a humanitarian mission trying to get to Yemen and deliver humanitarian aid to Yemen as Saudi Arabia was bombing and killing people in that country. And at this point I work for an international TV network, and I report the news as a journalist, and I do it in a way that I can guarantee you that the Wall Street elite does not like. I'm in a good spot. But, most people that'll give you a story like that, they'll tell you, see, that's how great capitalism is, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? We're going to work hard, right? Bullshit. Bullshit. Tell you, if you get any group of young people together, you're going to get people that are working 6 or 7 hours behind a counter with a manager driving them to work harder the entire time. And at the end of that 6 or 7 hour shift, in which they're constantly being pushed to get better stats at the cash register, sweep those floors faster, at the end of that 6 or 7 hour shift, what happens then? Do they finally get to go home and have a beer and rest? Oh no. That's when they take their laptop and they take their backpack and they go to class, right? And they run up more student debt. Another rip-off scheme for these billionaires. They're trying to just get a chance at the middle-class lifestyle their parents had, that American dream that you could get if you just work hard, right? They're trying to get a chance at it. They wonder why there's so many school shootings, right? They wonder why people are killing themselves at record rates. They wonder why there's an opioid epidemic here in the United States right now. They wonder why so many people are feeling insecure. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what's killing the millennial generation. All these questions, what's wrong with the millennials? I'll tell you what is killing the millennial generation right now. It's the greed of Wall Street billionaires. It's the psychopathic power of money. Now, again, I'm going to bore you all with another personal story, but I'm making a point. It's not just about me. I remember, during the height of the Occupy Wall Street protests, I was a member of one of these small, irrelevant socialist groups. And I remember that, it was quite exciting to be at Occupy Wall Street. There's so many young people that are so interested in socialism, so passionate. And it got to be a problem because, the literature that my socialist group had was a little bit off. They had a pamphlet about the Carter administration and how during the reign of Jimmy Carter, the generals were over the White House, and exposing the Carter administration. That got to be a little embarrassing to sell to people in their teens and 20s. They also had a pamphlet about how Ronald Reagan was paving the road to fascism. They had that. That was a little interesting. And of all the literature they had nothing that just explained socialism in just kind of clear terms like I'm doing tonight. There was nothing that kind of just put these ideas forward. So I went to the leaders of the group and I said, why don't we put something out that just kind of explains socialism? All these young people who don't know anything about socialism, let's just explain it to them in some literature. So I wrote a draft of it, showed it to the leaders of the group, right? They read it over and they said, well, you got to change this, this, and this. And I said, sure, we changed that. 5, 6, 7 drafts. They liked it. It was all set to go. We printed about 200 copies of it, stapled, folded, a beautiful, nice cover. It was all ready to go out. And the night before I was about to start distributing this pamphlet, I got a phone call. My phone rang, and it was somebody who was a founder of the organization who was at that point about 75 years old. And she called me and she said, Caleb, I hear that you wrote this pamphlet that you're going to distribute to the occupiers. I said, yeah. She said, yeah, this isn't happening. And I said, well, what's the problem? I said, is it politically? Is there something we need to adjust? So it's the correct political line, and that, it shows that we're the true descendants of Lenin and Trotsky. And all. No. No, it's actually very good, she said. I read through it. Everything you wrote is amazingly correct, and everything has been adjusted and all that. And I said, okay. I said, what's the issue? And she said, something like this needs to be written by an important leader of the organization. somebody like me or Fred ought to write something like this. And I said, really? I said, well, I mean, would you like me to take my name off of it? Is that the issue? I mean, I could just, take my name off so it's just like on behalf of the group. It doesn't represent an individual. She said, oh, no. I don't want you to take your name off of it. I just want you to destroy every copy of this. And I said to her, well, isn't the problem that we don't have any literature that, explains basic socialist politics? And she said, yeah, Fred or I, we're going to get around to it eventually, There you go. Now, that story is not unfamiliar. Anyone who's been in any socialist group is familiar with stories like that. The left is dysfunctional in some very, very weird ways. And if you see this socialist group out there, they're still selling pamphlets about the evils of the Jimmy Carter administration. It's very interesting. What's going on there? Is this an accident? You got to ask yourself these questions. But, the thing is, I feel like what we need right now is we need as many voices as possible speaking up against capitalism. It's not actually that hard. Alex, what's wrong with capitalism?
It pushes so many people into debt.
Okay. Dakota, what's wrong with capitalism?
There's 11 empty houses for every homeless person.
Maddie, what's wrong with capitalism? What's wrong with capitalism, Paul?
Oh, it makes you work so hard for so little.
Joe, what is wrong with capitalism?
It's an irrational system, an irrational world, basically.
Oh. I want 1,000 voices saying this. I want 1,000,000 voices saying this. I want a chorus of anti-capitalist agitation that is so loud it shakes the foundations of this country. We need to build a kind of organization that is reflective of the kind of society that we want to build, where every voice is included, where every person is unleashed to fulfill their potential and make a contribution to the revolutionary movement. And you know what? We are going to totally remake this country right now. We are going to build high-speed trains through the Midwest. We are going to achieve full employment for all. We are going to achieve health care for all. We are going to build an entirely new country in the United States. I think that it's very possible that we could make the United States into the kind of thing people have only dreamed of and read about in science fiction novels. We can unleash artificial intelligence. We can do so much if we get rid of the rule of profits. That's the problem. The rule of profits is in the way of the future of the human race. Now, I want to just quickly close with this. If you study American history, at the time, in the lead up to the American Revolution, about 40, 50 years before the American Revolution, there was a mass movement that they called the Great Awakening. And it was a religious movement, but back then people thought about politics in the terms of religion, right? It was like back then people had only ever read one book, it was the Bible, people thought in terms of religion. And before the people of the colonies were ready to awaken and have a revolution against the British, they had to awaken the consciousness first. And you saw that expressed in kind of a mass religious movement. And before the Civil War in this country, or what Marxists call the Second American Revolution, there was also, about 40 years before, there was a mass awakening of consciousness, a second Great Awakening. And this was essentially people that, that they realized something was wrong in the country. And all the religious groups that go back to that time, and a lot of our culture as Americans, like the song Amazing Grace, the Mormons, the Seventh-day Adventists, they all go back to that period. Tent revivalism comes back from that period. But all of that was abolitionist. All of them agreed that slavery was wrong and it violated their moral beliefs, and that was part of the Second Great Awakening. Well, we're a much more secular society. We're not expressing ourselves in terms of religion. We're not living in revolutionary times right now. I mean, we're not living in a moment where socialism is going to come tomorrow. But I think it's fair to say that what we're living in right now would be, I would call it the beginning, the early stages of the great socialist awakening of the United States of America. The minds of people in the USA are starting to change. People are at the point where they're starting to realize, this rule of profits, this rule of the dollar is wrong. Something is wrong in our country. Something's wrong when these big corporations are getting rich while we're getting poorer. And I'll never forget, I was a salesman. When I was in college, I would call up the alumni fund and ask them to contribute. And I'll never forget, I called up this one fellow and asked him to contribute to the alumni fund. I remember he said to me, he said, son, why are you calling me on the phone? He said, I haven't got a pot to piss in at this university. I mean, well, how can you call me on the phone and ask me to donate to my alma mater? I haven't got a pot to piss in. And I said to him, well, here at the university, we have many public restrooms that are always available to our alumni. If you would just like to specify the time and date, you can come by and use our facilities. he thought this was hilarious. He was just cracking up, and you know what? He donated like $30 to the alumni fund, right? He's a salesman. You know, I must admit, I kind of respect the Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't agree with them, but they're out on the subways every day promoting their thing. I remember when I was a kid, I'd get a knock on my door. Hello, you know, we're from the Jehovah's Witnesses. Check out the Watchtower. You know, they're promoting their ideas. We need people knocking on doors all throughout the United States saying, you know why there's an opioid crisis? You know why they're unpaving your roads? It's because of capitalism. It's because of the greed of Wall Street bankers. That's what we need. We need a mass awakening of the consciousness. You know, there's all these progressive candidates running for office. And, you know, for years when I was a leftist, I always said, break with the Democrats, break with the Democratic Party. Well, you know, right now the Democratic Party is breaking with itself. There's a fight going on inside the Democratic Party where your average Democrat who believes in wanting to make the country better is seeing that their party has been hijacked by a clique of Hillary Clinton and John Podesta and people like that have a very, very different agenda. And if you're doing what I used to do, where you stand on the outside and shout, break with the Democratic Party, you're not going to be in on that fight. And this is the important time. There's a division going on. People within the Democratic Party itself are waking up and not agreeing with how their party is run and questioning things. And the question is, are you going to be outside of that conversation or are you going to be inside of it? And I think that's a conversation people need to have. But at this point, you know, and I said before, I don't want a violent revolution. But turn on your TV. You know, Charlottesville, Baltimore. The capitalists are doing a pretty good job of moving us toward a violent revolution all by themselves. They don't need any socialists to do that. Things are getting pretty scary in the United States of America. You know, there's a lot of confusion out there, a lot of fear, a lot of insecurity. People think that their problems are caused by immigrants from Mexico or Islam or Mexicans or space aliens or reptile people or, you know, we've heard it all. Well, the reality is that the problems in the United States are caused by the greed of Wall Street bankers and the drive of small clique of people to make profits. And the time has come to start preaching jobs, democracy, equality, basic human values that all of us want as the billionaires and monopolists are destroying the future of our country. It's time for the United States to be reborn. American rebirth.
There's many people in Russia and in China now who are talking about geopolitics and how the earth and landscapes and geography can affect politics, how the politics of a country and the political system and the economy of a country can reflect the way the land is set up. And generally, those who refer to geopolitics divide the history of the world between land civilizations and sea civilizations. And the idea is that in parts of the world where there's a lot of ocean access, you tend to have more individualist economies, and you tend to have more centralization of wealth, and you have empires that focus on controlling the trade routes. Whereas on land masses, in particular in Eurasia, in Russia, in China, in Iran, and places that are on the Eurasian world island, you tend to have civilizations that are more collectivist in nature and focus on development. And that this relates to the fact that in order to have expansion on the Eurasian mainland, you need to build roads, you have to build infrastructure, whereas, you know, in order to dominate the ocean, you just simply need control of trade routes. And so there's a whole lot written about the empires of the sea in the ancient world versus empires of the land, right? And the term used for empires of the sea, they call them thalassocracy. And empires of the land, the term that is used is turgocracy. And the understanding is the ancient Chinese empire was an empire of the land. It was a turgocracy. The Russian Empire was a turgocracy, whereas the British Empire of the 1800s and the Roman Empire, these were empires of the sea, and they were thalassocracies. Ancient Greece was a thalassocracy, right? And that these are two types of civilizations that can exist. And this is kind of a vague historical analysis. Alexander Dugin promotes this kind of thinking. It's very popular in Russia. They talk about Eurasianism or Eurasianist thought. There's also a lot of Chinese academics that are promoting it, and it's been around for quite some time, arguing that the peoples of the East and the land-based civilizations have a different culture than the peoples of the sea. And if you look at the history of the Russian Revolution, many people argue that there was a shift in communism from sea communism to land communism with the rise of Stalin and the defeat of Trotsky. And it kind of started with Lenin. So Karl Marx did most of his writing in Britain. He lived in Britain, which was at that point the capital of the British Empire.
And Karl Marx, his writing, he said, "Workers of the world unite." And he was focused on the idea that capitalism was an advance over feudalism, feudalism was an advance over slavery. And the way Marx saw it, capitalism was going to spread all over the entire world, and then that would eventually lead to a socialist revolution all over the whole world, and that would eventually lead to communism in the world. And so Marx defended free trade. Nowadays, Marxists and socialists generally go around opposing free trade because free trade allows banks and corporations to destroy economies, etc. But back in Marx's day, Marx was defending free trade because he said free trade will open up commerce, it'll create one world economy, and it'll lead to a situation where capitalism spreads all over the whole world, and then eventually you'll have a global working class that'll be united and have socialism. And it was Lenin who came along, and Lenin, keep in mind, is not in Britain, he's in Russia. And Lenin says, well, actually, we're for nationalism of oppressed nations, and we're struggling against imperialism. We're not against just plain old capitalism. We're against imperialism, which is the British Empire, right? Banks, trusts, cartels, and syndicates holding back development. And we're supporting the fight of entire nations to break free from imperialism, from this international financial system. So the beginning, you could argue, of Marxism and socialism shifting from a sea-oriented orientation to a land-oriented orientation begins with Lenin. And of course, Lenin forms the party of new type, the Bolshevik Party. And the Bolshevik Party is like a clandestine secret organization, and it's very demanding and disciplined. It's not a debating society like he considered the other groups to be. You're expected to give the whole of your life. People said that the Bolshevik Party was almost like more of a monastic order. They compared it to like the Franciscans or the Jesuits, where you were expected to give the whole of your life to the revolution, right? An organization of professional revolutionaries. And people said that has roots in Russia's history with the Decembrists and the Old Believers, and that in Russia there's a long tradition of these kind of secret societies and organizations that are dedicated to changing society. And that with Lenin, you have the beginning of Marxism kind of leaving the Western sea civilization mentality of Karl Marx and drifting into the land civilization camp. But then you have the rise of Stalin, and Stalin opposes Trotsky. And what is the big disagreement between Stalin and Trotsky? Trotsky says he's for permanent revolution, which is spread communism all over the entire world. And Stalin says, I'm for socialism in one country, meaning that we can organize our economy to have socialism, we can raise our people out of poverty, and sure, we'll support revolutionary movements in other countries, but that's not the focus. The revolution in other countries is not our business necessarily. We just want to focus on raising our own people up out of poverty, organizing our society this way. Stalin says they need to have 5-year economic plans to industrialize the country. Trotsky says that he wants to draft everyone into the military and militarize the economy and use the military to then spread communism into Europe to have global permanent revolution. And we all know that Trotsky lost and Stalin won over Trotsky, so Trotsky fled first to Turkey and then to France and then to Mexico, and he formed his own organization, the Fourth International, he called it, or the Trotskyites. The Trotskyites were against the Soviet Union. They invoked Lenin and communist history, but they said they were against Stalin. They said Stalin he led what they called a parasitical bureaucracy, and so they were opposing Stalin, and they were calling for a political revolution to overthrow the Soviet government. Eventually, as we saw in the film last night, a number of leaders of the Soviet government were arrested for allegedly being in a conspiracy with Trotsky and getting funding and support from the Nazis to try and overthrow Stalin. Trotsky was found guilty in absentia in the Soviet Union for being the leader of this conspiracy. And then in Mexico City, he was killed. Somebody came into his home and ice-picked him in the head, and he was killed. And that was, as World War II was breaking out, he was killed. And so Trotsky and Stalin kind of represented, I would argue, the land versus the sea division in communism. Whereas Stalin was a guy from the countryside. He was Country Joe. He was from a small village in Georgia. He'd gone to seminary school to learn to be a priest. And in priest school, he had been kind of a rebellious student. He dropped out of seminary school and eventually joined the Bolsheviks. He was a union organizer. He was the editor of Pravda, which was the daily agitational newspaper that they distributed. Trotsky, on the other hand, spent most of his life in exile. He was from Ukraine, but he lived most of his life in Paris and Berlin and Vienna. And he was this well-known revolutionary intellectual who was known at the time of the Russian Revolution. He was living in New York City, where he had a newspaper called If there's any Russian speakers here, I'm going to butcher this. Novy Mir, which means new peace or new world. And he had a newspaper for Russian-speaking folks in New York City. And when the Russian Revolution happened, he went back to Russia. And he joined the Bolsheviks. Lenin and Trotsky had vehemently disagreed with each other. They had very big disagreements. However, he saw the Bolsheviks were going to win, and so he joined the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, and the Bolsheviks took power in October of 1917. And Trotsky had his theory of permanent revolution, which Lenin had always rejected. And the main disagreement was that Lenin called for a revolutionary dictatorship of the workers and the peasants, meaning that they were going to have the working class was a small minority in the country, just the people in the cities, but the bulk of the Russian population were peasants. And so they were going to build a revolutionary government of workers and peasants. Trotsky said peasants are an inherently backward class because they are working farms that are owned by nobles. They aspire to own their own farms. They aspire to become capitalists. They seek to become capitalists. They have a reactionary aspiration, so they're an inherently backward class. So any government, any revolutionary government that came into existence couldn't include the peasantry because they were inherently backward. Well, you couldn't have had a revolution in Russia if it hadn't included the peasantry, because they were the overwhelming majority of the population. But Trotsky had grown up in Ukraine, and he had been a victim of anti-Semitism at the hands of a lot of Russian peasants, and he had the belief that the Russian peasantry was inherently reactionary. And that was the primary disagreement between him and Lenin. Lenin wanted to organize the peasantry and want an alliance with the working class, and Trotsky said the peasants are inherently backward and reactionary. And because Russia had a peasant majority, Trotsky said the only place that it would really count to have a communist revolution was the Western countries. So if Russia had a revolution, it would just be a temporary holdout to spread communism to where it really mattered, the West, where they don't have peasants anymore, right? That was the idea, because peasants were inherently backward. Another thing that Lenin and Trotsky disagreed about was that Trotsky was going around calling for the creation of the United States of Europe, the European Union. He was going around saying that if we brought all the European countries into one country, that would break down national barriers and the workers would come together and they'd have a revolution. And Lenin said, we don't want that. We don't want all the Western imperialist countries to come together, because then as they combine their strength, they can more effectively colonize and exploit the third world. So we don't want to create a United States of Europe. In fact, we want the Western imperialist countries to be divided, because that can open the door for colonized countries to get their freedom. So that was a big source of disagreement between the two of them. And then Trotsky announced, on the verge of the Russian Revolution breaking out, he announced that, he repented or whatever, he supported Lenin, he joined the Bolsheviks, but then after Lenin's death, he starts talking about the permanent revolution again, and of course he has a falling out and a disagreement with Stalin, and he forms the Trotskyite movement, which is the other communists, right? It was a way that one could be a communist, but against the Soviet Union, against the socialist countries, in the name of permanent revolution. In the name of being ultra-revolutionary, you would oppose the actual communist governments. And that was the disagreement. And it was really, in essence, a lot about land versus sea, but also about the East versus the West. Trotsky was holding on to Western Marxism, and Lenin and later Stalin had taken Marxism in an Eastern direction, and there was a clear divide. And when we think of the revolutionary movement in Europe, we think of the middle class. We think of, if you ever see Les Miserables, right? Those guys in the pubs, do you hear the people sing, and waving the red flags, and the intellectual students who want freedom and want to rebel and tear the world down. That's the ideology of the Western revolutionary middle class intelligentsia. And that was Trotsky. That's what he was about. But if you look at Stalin, Stalin's a guy from the countryside who went to seminary school. And there's almost a conservatism about Stalin. Stalin is trying to build a movement of people that are patriotic and loyal to their country and want to use socialist methods to build their country up. And there's a disagreement. And this is the Stalin-Trotsky divide. And it's important to understand this divide because it's rather key in understanding where PSL and Sam Marcy came from. So Sam Marcy, his birth name was Sam Balin, and he was born in Ukraine, I believe in like 1912, 1911, something like that. And he was born in a Jewish village. And in Tsarist Russia, Jews were segregated. They lived in different villages. They were segregated. And during the Russian Revolution, the White Army was known to terrorize Jewish villages, and the Red Army protected his village from the White Army. And so his earliest memories of childhood was the Red Army, which he called Our Army, protecting the village. And he remembered when he was a child how he saw those Red Army soldiers come and protect the village, how happy his family was to be protected. His father was already living in New York City at the time, but he and his brothers were with their mother and they lived in Ukraine. A few years later, he came to New York City, but his earliest memories were of the Red Army protecting his village.
I'll just say this is the most beautiful statue, the most beautiful monument I have ever seen. Right? And I don't think I have ever seen a monument that I like more. This is like the ideal monument. All right. It says so much. I'll show it. I got a couple different angles of it. That's another angle so you can see how big it is. Just absolutely beautiful. This is the Senegali Monument to Independence. All right. The monument for the independence of Senegal. All right. Here it is. We got a couple different angles. And it is beautiful on a number of different levels, right? It was built by North Korea. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea built this beautiful monument as a way of showing solidarity with the people of Senegal and their history of anti-colonialism. And it is absolutely beautiful on a number of levels. And I will tell you why. First things first, it is pro-natal. It has a baby on it. It's saying we need more people in the world and that having children is a good thing, not a bad thing. That's very, very important because right now, especially when it comes to the African continent, the position of the imperialists is a degrowth position. Is a position that there are too many people in the world and we need to reduce the population. And this monument celebrates having children. It has a little child pointing to the future, saying we want a better future for our children. That's the first thing I like about this monument. The second thing I like about this monument is it glorifies physical strength, right? It shows a very, very muscular African man, right? That is not an overweight man. That is not a skinny man. That is a very, very muscular man. It is presenting the African people not as poor, oppressed victims, not as people to feel sorry for, right? South Park used to have that very, very offensive joke about starving Marvin, the Ethiopian or whatever. That is not the image. It shows the African people as the heroes of their own liberation with a very, very muscular and physically fit man leading the way, holding up his infant son and holding his wife. I assume they're married. I mean, we don't know. There's no wedding rings, I guess, but I assume they're married, right? Showing a strong, physically fit African man as the center of the icon with his child on the monument. In addition to that, it has the mother on the other side, and he's holding her up, meaning that women must be held up as part of the liberation struggle, right? That women are an important part. They are half of humanity. Women hold up half the sky. And that the family, the mother and the father coming together and loving each other and raising up their child points toward the way to the future. And you notice they're all both looking upward. They're looking upward. And that is very, very important too, because the future is bright. The future is great. There is development on the horizon. There is hope and technological progress. Tomorrow will be better than today. And this is the best monument I have ever seen. And it is not a coincidence that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, one of the most relentless and heroic communist governments in the world, a government that has endured years of blockade and sanctions and threats and never surrendered, that they built this amazing monument. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that it is not a coincidence that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea built this phenomenal monument. And I hope that someday I get to visit Senegal and see it for myself. I would like to see this monument up close because it's a damn good monument. This is the best monument I have ever seen. This, folks, is called socialist realism. I don't know if you're aware of this, but before the CIA funded modern art, before the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program, before left-wing and socialist politics was distorted, this is the kind of art that leftists, socialists, and communists promoted. Socialist realism that made ordinary people, fathers and mothers and children and soldiers and farmers and bricklayers and teachers and lawyers and ordinary people into heroes. Socialist realism. During the Great Depression, when millions of Americans lost their jobs, Roosevelt hired the unemployed, and he put them to work building post offices and painting murals throughout the United States. And the murals and post offices the murals in the post offices and the murals in the union halls and the art that was built was socialist realist art. It was this kind of art. They called it, in the Soviet Union, where it was being made to promote the project of building a communist government, they called it socialist realism. In the United States, when it was built to build a working class movement, but not necessarily to glorify a communist government, they called it social realism. But this was the kind of art that was celebrated and promoted by the global communist movement until the CIA started funding abstract art and modern art, and the work of Jackson Pollock. This is our movement. And today in Moscow, if you go to the Moscow subway system, you will see this same kind of art. You will see this same kind of beautiful socialist realist art that celebrates humanity, celebrates looking toward the future, celebrates the working class, celebrates the struggles and the sacrifices of the common people, celebrates the dignity of human labor. This is amazing. And it also points to the very, very close relationship that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has with the global anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movement. So this is the Uhuru House, and the rally here is in response to the fact that the People's Democratic Uhuru movement has been charged as being Russian agents. The trial begins Tuesday, September 3rd, and it is alleged that their activism in the black community is somehow acting as a foreign agent of Russia. It's a very dangerous case with very extreme implications for freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom to be anti-war here in the United States. It was a beautiful rally that was held. Here are some of the highlights of that demonstration.
Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet. Come on and praise the Lord.
Yeah, we've been messing with each other for a very long time. Yeah, this is CPI. This is Caleb Hoffman and John. This is our guy, John.
Hey,
Thank you so much. CPI and his spring party. These people are out.
He's pretty good.
This is just a sort of research lab that opened up something.
Well, I'm with you. This is where I'm going.
This is ways, this system ways, she's Secretary Jones.
As was stated, my name is Jesse Neville. I am also a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization. And I am also one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and our leader, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And many of you have probably seen the video footage of what this very parking lot and area and staging ground where we are right now looked like on July 29th of 2022. It was filled with FBI agents dozens, and if not over 100 FBI agents with vans, with armored vehicles, with battering rams, with flashbang grenades at this location here in St. Petersburg, at the home of Director Akhil Anai, who I also want to salute, at the home of Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair, as well as at their home in St. Louis, to have that many FBI agents and that many assault rifles, when they could have sent one guy with a briefcase and a little badge and a warrant to say, I'm here to execute a search warrant. They did that because they wanted to intimidate Chairman Amalia Shatella. And think about that.
On Tuesday, you have this trial coming up. You know, what sparked this, and what is the message you really want to get across?
The message is that black people have agency, that we don't require anybody to tell us that we are oppressed. We are not employees of Russia. And I think the big problem is that the U.S. government has is that we won't be employees of the U.S. government. We are free people. We are fighting for the freedom of African people.
There's only one interest for imperialism and colonialism, and it's seated right in Washington, D.C., whoever is sitting in the White House. So we got to understand that. So we just came to be here with y'all, and to be here with Comrade O'Malley, and the party, and the movement, and the supporters, because this is where we needed to be. This morning you
So we got to find out what's happened. So they made me read Marx. They forced me to read Lenin. They forced me to look at Trotsky and all the others who represented what was characterized as scientific revolution. And it was helpful. I read Marx. And having read Marx, I came to damn different conclusions about so much using the science that Marx provided. Because Marx told us, he said, you have to have an understanding of how capitalism came into existence. He said, in order for there to be capitalist production, there must be accumulation of capital. He said, but how do you get an accumulation of capital if there's no capitalist production? He said, the only way we can get out of this is to presuppose that there was an accumulation of capital that preceded the production, capitalist production. He said that accumulation of capital came about as a consequence of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said it came and tearing the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up gold and silver and what have you for the Europeans. He said it had to do with the attack that was going on at what they call East India at the time. We're talking about the India in that particular area of South Asia. Hell, he just described the mode of production. That is a mode of production for the first time in history with the enslavement of African people, with the attack on Africa, the Portuguese. 600 years we've been fighting this struggle. 600 years ago, 1415.
I have a question. If Jesse and Penny and the chairman are foreign agents, then who are the elected officials who are receiving money from AIPAC? Are they not foreign agents also? Why aren't they going after them? The hypocrisy of this government is absolutely, it makes you want to toss your cookies, to coin a phrase, okay?
People understand what this means in terms of the threat to free speech of everybody. So that's why people are here, and that's why we are here. So we expect many more people to arrive here, and people like Charles Barron, who you may know for years and years was on the city council in New York and the state assembly in New York.
Turning 50 plus years old, I can't keep singing outside on the street corners. And then someone told me there was a new radio station called Black Power. I said, they called my name. Black Power. They called my name. I'm black and I got power. So I wanted to go out, and I came and I said, I want to be a DJ. And I never forget the person that was here, manager at the time, said, you want to be a DJ? I said, yeah. He said, aren't you blind? I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I don't know if you can do it. I said, well, give me a chance, man. Give me a chance. And he said, okay, I guess I'll give you a chance. And Deputy Chair, she urged me on. And next thing you know, I was playing music and I was DJing and I was finding love for my community. And they was finding love for me, most importantly.
Okay, CPI is honored to be here because we understand how important this case is. What's at stake is not just a life sentence for Chairman O'Malley. What's at stake is a death sentence for humanity. Because imperialism has pushed us to the brink of a world-ending nuclear war between the United States and Russia. And what these demons are saying with this prosecution is that it's illegal to organize to try to stop that war. And it's illegal to even talk about it. That's right. Go ahead. And we got to talk about it. We got to organize against it because it's a threat to everybody. We're not here defending Chairman O'Malley. He's defending us, our children, everyone we've ever met, and anyone we ever will meet from a world-ending war. From imperialism to colonialism and the final war that they're leading us to. So we have to do everything we can to help him win that fight. We got to do it like our life depends on it, because it does.
This is a case that's using law in pursuit of political objectives, that this is a political trial. These are political charges that they're making against us, and they're using the law. So we have incredibly good lawyers who will represent us in the court.
There's not really much that I can add, but I just want to turn around and say, look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Chairman O'Malley is not a hashtag revolutionary. He's a cement and bricks revolutionary. He is a builder, and he constructs and he lifts people up. And we look on him with absolute admiration for what he has done and what he has accomplished and why they are targeting him. Yeah, that's right. And I must say, if you look at what they're doing, this is a test case. They have already raided the home of Scott Ritter. They just recently targeted Danny Shaw, the journalist, at the airport when he was coming back to the United States. And they have gone as far as to prosecute Sue Mi Terry, the top Korea scholar, a longtime shill, just because South Korea won't go along with the provocations against North Korea that the United States is demanding. There is all kinds of abuse and efforts to impose and utilize the Foreign Agents Registration Act in the works. There have been calls to prosecute organizations that march for Palestine under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And this is a test case. And that is why standing up and taking this to trial and saying that you will not surrender is so important. It's really important. And we should all look in absolute admiration to Chairman O'Malley, to the Uhuru Three, and all that they are doing. And I must say that Chairman O'Malley is a builder. And that's why he has been targeted, is because he has built and he has constructed. And if you look at what their system is doing, monopolistic capitalism is in a wrecking, destructive period. But we are builders. We are people of the land. We are fighting back. We are resisting. We resist their global system based on fake wealth and usury and global domination of world markets. And we stand for building and construction and popular power. Thank you very much.
And if, in fact, this trial is based on law and the Constitution, we'll win it, hands down. But the problem is that it's political, and so therefore is extremely important for the people who are the most incredible, most significant factor in any kind of political situation, the people. And so that's what's really important, for the people to come forward and say that we recognize that black people have been historically oppressed in this country. The Russians didn't have to tell us that.
The party, the chairman has stood with every struggle. We recently found a photograph of Jainaba's father, the incredible Biko Lumumba, speaking at a rally in support of Leonard Peltier in San Francisco in about 1983, 84, the party stood with Leonard Peltier for his freedom then, who has been in prison for 50 years on his own stolen land. So I just want to say we are confident. We want everybody to be there who can. The trial starts next Tuesday. It is powerful to see the people. And we, it's just, we will win. We will win. Only the people can do this. Salute to Chairman Lamont Shatella, Comrade Jesse Neville, Deputy Chair Onis Shatella, and the African People's Socialist Party. Oh,
And I'm saying this as somebody who's a communist. I'm as Comrade Charles Barry. No, I'm a materialist. You understand? I'm a materialist. But saying I'm a materialist does not keep me from appreciation of what we've seen here today. Because African people came to Christianity for different reasons. African people came to Christianity because it was the religion of the oppressed. Right. That's why there's go down, Moses. Way down in Egypt land, tell Pharaoh, let my people go. You weren't hearing that in the white church. You were hearing that in the church of the oppressed. And that's the thing that brought us to this relationship with these wonderful people who bring the culture, African culture. We've had to learn how to even sing songs and express our feelings in ways that's not necessarily obvious to the oppressor. When Harriet Tubman come in the middle of the night to get the people, what she say? Steal away, steal away. And Africans understood exactly what that means. It's time to bounce. You understand? And so people got together and did exactly that. So that's our relationship. That's a different Christianity than what Trump is talking about. That's a different Christianity than what Biden is talking about. That's a religion that's based in resistance. That's the way we approach that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who the Russian we're supposed to be working for was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation. I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on a platform. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was on the stage. And Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized. And, he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3 and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that. And he put it, before them. And I thought that was really powerful and really good.
Things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. It was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. The attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now more than ever, it's time to get organized. You and I both know that institutions like the African People's Socialist Party are crucial in advancing our struggle for liberation.
That even the First Amendment that the prosecution has attempted to prevent us from using as a defense, even that First Amendment was not ratified by the United States Congress until 1791. At the time where African people were still living in the worst kind of slavery imaginable. So it certainly wasn't even made for us, but African people in this country have been the ones fighting harder for the constitutional rights than anybody else. So we are the ones who made the struggle for universal suffrage. We are the ones whose churches were bombed, our children killed, our leaders assassinated, just pursuing the right for the democratic rights that's associated with the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. So we didn't need any Russians to tell us that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people And they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view. And they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Morrissey would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they, you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.